Ladies and gentlemen, Rob says he's going to take questions from the chat. So have fun. Hello, everybody. We are here, and it's happening. We are here with the infamous, or famous, Robert Carbone. We have the privilege to talk to him. Thank you very much for joining. How are you, Rob?
I'm doing great, just bloody marvelous, as a matter of fact, and I'm actually happy to be on your show.
We're happy to have you.
And I'll tell you, one of the biggest reasons why I'm excited to be on your show is because I saw you guys actually had an interview with Maxime Bernier, and that's big kudos to actually have a registered party on your show less than a year. So congratulations.
Well, thank you very much, Rob. We really appreciate that. Those are some nice words. So always appreciated around here.
And by the way, you look sharp. By the way.
Oh well, thanks. We tried to, like we said, if we're gonna have you on, we're gonna be respectable, right? Tried to do the same thing with Max. Of course, it's just showing respect for our guest.
No,
I was trying to locate a Carbone shirt, but it didn't work.
I'm wearing it right now. Unfortunately, I don't know if he's still.
I can't see it.
I know I'm green again. Remember, if everybody remembers the Chris Guy interview, he mentioned I was green. It should come back to normal eventually, but it has to do with my broadcast.
Sometimes Jam gets too angry and he just hulks out.
You won't like it when I'm angry,
yeah,
but
exactly.
I am wearing the Carbone shirt right now. So if ever I come back to normal, you'll see that. But I'm wearing a dress shirt on top of that.
I think I can actually see it right now.
Yeah, I have that, but I also have a jacket on top, just as a sign of respect, because I know how you like a man who's well dressed. So I tried to mix both of them at the same time for you.
And I dressed down, so we're good. We're all even.
There we go. Awesome. We met each other in the middle somewhere there.
But you're looking great. So also you mentioned you're talking with Carl a lot on the phone here, and you guys are starting to understand each other a lot. And you mentioned to him that you were invited to Rebel News. Is that right? We're going to see a Rebel News interview?
I had a conversation, and he said he's going to call me back to do a show, but he actually wanted to do it today, but I said I'm committed to you guys.
You hear that, guys?
In fairness, because I did talk to you, just because, Rebel is a bigger show, it doesn't necessarily mean that he gets exclusive rights because I've committed to Carl. So my word is my word. It has nothing to do with the size of the show. It has to do with your integrity at this point.
And
right?
and I think that shows a lot.
I'm not here to try to get any kind of fame or anything like that, right?
Exactly, and that shows a lot about your integrity. So that Canameme's in the chat, by the way. He says you're looking good, Rob.
Thank you.
We got some people in the chat. By the way, Rob said that you can ask questions in the chat, so go for it.
Yeah, Rob says that he wants to engage with the people here. That's why he's here. So if you guys have questions for him, feel free to drop them in the chat, and we'll address those as well.
Perfect.
Maybe we should start off with a question.
Yeah, we'll do that. So
let's start off with a question. Let someone ask something.
Well, yeah, exactly. We got to ask something. Well, my first question is, because you're going to Rebel News, let's put this all on the table. Do you have any, because Chris just went there, he got in trouble. Do you have any troublesome tweets or Facebook posts that they're going to pull up on you, like they did on Chris to Chris Sky? Something that happened 8 years ago, perhaps?
Well, not 8 years ago, but I'm known to sometimes put on I don't know. I usually say go vaccinate yourself. It's just a polite way of saying go fuck yourself.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's about it. I mean, hey, it is what it is, right?
And I mean, that's nothing like what they brought up with Chris, which was, trying to obviously
Did you see that? Did you see his appearance on the Rebel there?
Yeah, I saw it. You know what? But it is a sign of weakness to walk out of a show. I mean, the heat was on for him. He couldn't handle it, so he walked away. Well, I mean, all he had to do was say, you know what? Whatever happened 8 years ago, folks, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it in that context. And maybe just explain the reasons why he said it or why he shouldn't have said it. That's all. Just maybe an apology to the public and say, I'm really sorry that I behaved that way. People generally have a good, kind heart. And they do accept apologies. They do accept it.
I agree.
Yeah, as long as they're...
Is that wrong when I said, I'm sorry, I was wrong? No one can condemn you for it.
That's right. I mean, it's just
really
acknowledgement.
I mean, what's the difference of the numbers that they're talking about? Rather if it's 1 million or 5 million or 10 million, people got killed. I mean, people got killed. The bottom line, they did.
Yeah, And it was horrific, and there's no excuse for it, right?
No, absolutely not. I mean, we've evolved now. You know, I mean, we can handle things diplomatically. We don't have to kill anymore, right? It's crazy.
Yeah.
To kill. Period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we'll get into that soon.
We'll get into that a little bit as well, because there's also these allegations out there, right? There's some Chris has been making some threats against you, other politicians. You've reported this to the authorities. Obviously Chris says these are all lies, and that.
Well, Chris knows that I record everything. Chris knows I record everything.
Well, that's right.
So he said he had ample evidence to prove that the only thing that he threatened you with is to show that you were some sort of fraud or con artist. We didn't see any evidence. We didn't see any witnesses.
We should put that on the table.
Yeah, we didn't see any evidence or witnesses when he came on the show. So what are your thoughts on these allegations, though? I just want to know, like, what occurred, what led to you kind of reporting this? Because you guys were really tight, right? You guys were...
It was like a father and son relationship is what it was, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard because, I mean, before I get into that, when I saw the Rebel show, right? I actually texted David and I said, I apologize for what's happened. I mean, I did. And he was in shock that I sent him a text to say, I'm sorry about Chris' behavior. And when we spoke, he goes, Rob, there's really no need for you to apologize. And I said, well, you know, as well as I do as a parent, I took Chris in like a child, right? I felt really shit that he behaved that way on your show. So as a father figure for him at that time, and I felt that I have to tell him I'm sorry for what he did. You know, even though Chris and I are not in talking terms because the courts have said we cannot talk, right?
Right.
But if he was in front of me, I would say, oh, son, why would you behave that way? Why would you disrespect a man that's giving you such an incredible platform that no media has?
Yeah, I mean, it's much bigger than our platform, right? And he's been on there multiple times.
Correct. Yeah, he has. So, I mean, why disrespect the platform like that? I mean, Rebel's done a lot to cover him.
Yeah,
more than anybody.
They've done a lot to get him the fan base that he currently has, right? And he should be more understanding of that.
Exactly.
Rather than calling them like some sort of treacherous group that's trying to destroy him. I mean, if they were trying to destroy you, why would they have ever covered you to begin with, right?
Well, the bottom line is that movement is, and not just Chris's group, all these other groups, they're coming to a fold. They're all bleeding out. Everyone thinks there's going to be some new revisions in the future. That's not going to happen. We're going to remain open. We're going to stay open, folks. Don't listen to this fake media. The government has successfully got the amount of vaccines that they want to everyone, about 70%. I think about 75% of the country or 70% of the country got the first jab, and the second one is about 30 to 35%. So they're very content. And Doug Ford, I think he made a statement that this is it. We are not going to close down. And Doug, I mean, I've known Doug before I even started politics. When he says something, that's pretty much what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you think about his...
I have enough confidence that when Doug says, this is it, folks, this is it.
Yeah.
We're not going to lock down anymore.
What do you think about the lockdowns and like the way Doug Ford handled this initially?
Between Doug Ford and the rest of the governments that could have handled these differently, right? So, I mean, at the time, when we first heard about it in China, I made a statement that we should lock down all of North America, Canada, United States, no one in and out of the border until this thing blows over. Because I said, what ended up happening, we watched it from China go into Europe, South America, and then we watched all these coronaviruses, the deaths were rising, and then we watched it land in the U.S. This was just stupid on everyone's part.
Yeah.
We should have just not allowed this. I mean, that's the way I would have handled it. I would have just shut down the borders, and that's it. No one in and out of the country, and that's it. We're done. So that way we could have been free from all this. But shit, who am I, right?
And I mean, those are
I'm just a guy, right?
Those are steps that a lot of countries did take. Countries like Taiwan heavily restricted their borders, and they had very few cases. in those places.
Right.
So
they handle it very well, right?
Yeah. So it's we did also cover this, and we also talked about how they, especially to certain affected areas like China and Europe that were infected early, our borders should have been shut really quick. But as
soon as
a lot of people think
that
shutting the borders is some sort of racist move.
Yeah, that's how
it's
no, it's actually protecting us, our nation, the people in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we could have worked together with the U.S. That's it. I mean, we could have freely go back and forth and not have any issues.
Yeah.
We have a good
hey, you know what?
Yeah,
it's whoever's the leader of the country at that time weren't smart enough to figure that out.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on the PPC? Because I know that Chris and the PPC have been having some situations. I don't know if you've seen what happened in Ottawa at all, if you're aware of that story.
Briefly, here's what I know. Chris has, let me explain something about Chris. Works with me, he failed. Works with Maxine, he failed. Hiller, he failed. And Rebel News, he failed again. This is Chris's pattern. When things don't go his way, we're a bunch of fucking idiots. In his words, we're all stupid. We're all crazy. We're all liars. So I can understand if it was just one person that he didn't get along with, but he's got a pattern with political leaders failing. He's failing with them. That says everything about him. Mm-hmm. Who's the problem? Us or him at this point? Yeah. Maxine himself? What do I think of Maxine? I don't have much thoughts about the guy. Yeah. I understand that he's trying very hard. He's trying to get himself, in the hill. Mm-hmm. They call it Parliament here. I know that he didn't win his riding in his first year, and it's very difficult. And I know that he's trying very hard to get himself in there right now. I do believe that Maxine will get some seats. Some.
Yeah. They're looking to do very well. It looks like, the numbers are looking pretty good for them anyway. It looks like they're up to...
And that's good. That's good for Max, right?
100%.
The more parties, any party trying to get their numbers up, any party, I don't care if you're left or right, just to get your numbers up is good.
The more parties we can get in there, the better.
I believe in a two-party. Republican and Democrat. Let's pick one, right? But it is what it is.
I guess that comes from your American roots, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I guess so. Yeah. There's a good question in the chat. Canameme asks, what are your thoughts on the Rebel avoiding any coverage of the RPC, Republican Party of Canada? It seems as though they've avoided giving you a platform up until now. What do you think about that?
Who's avoided it? Sorry, I didn't hear you there.
The Rebel
he's
News.
saying Rebel Media has avoided covering the Republican Party in general.
I don't know. Chris told me, and a few others have told me that they're not really crazy about a Republican Party. I spoke to Dave, and he says that the owner has no problems with the Republican Party. At first, when Rebel approached me, I said, sorry, I don't want to talk to you. So Dave is understanding that I don't want to talk to them. So he's not going to give me any coverage. I don't really want to do any news. I don't even want to do a podcast. I don't want to do anything.
Well, we appreciate that you.
I'd rather just stay. I'd just rather stay out of it.
Well, yeah, we appreciate coming here. Since if you don't like it, you're.
And here I am, right? But no, we got to remember. Speaking with Carl, he has a good heart. He really does, and he softened me up. He made me feel good about myself. He respects me. So, in fairness, I think out of respect, I should come on a show.
Well, that's awesome.
It's not easy to get a hold of me. It's not easy to get me on a show. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah. Well, I may have said some things. We've been poking fun of you at times, and
no, but you got to remember, you're just doing a show. You're having fun.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. And here you
that's
are.
All it is.
That's right. And here you are. I'm happy to talk to you.
How many times you tell me off on the show? It doesn't matter what you say about me. That was your groove. That's what you were doing, right?
I appreciate that you understand that. That's awesome.
Yeah, but it's no big deal, right? It's not like you're going to tell me to my face I'm a fucking idiot.
Well, no. Well, yeah, and I've also said that it's very possible that we misrepresent you because we haven't met you, and here you are. That's why we wanted to talk to you. And
well, let that be a lesson to you, right?
exactly. Well, hey, we judge people as with the information we have in front of us, but I try to make
Let the Lord do that.
Well, sometimes sometimes I think I'm the Lord, so I do. I take it upon myself to do that.
Yeah, you know what? That's ballsy. I like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. By the way, just in passing, I have an Italian friend who has been watching our videos, and he loves you. He just wanted me to mention that. And you're Italian, you are. Carl said you're from Sicily.
Yeah, my roots are Sicilian. Oh,
Sicilian,
there we
sorry.
go. You're not green anymore. Yay.
No, there you go. See, Rob Carbone.
There
I've
you
got
go.
your
You
background.
calm them down, you know.
There you go. So
I was just telling your partner, I got this one issue with you. It just drives me nuts.
Okay.
Right? It's not a big deal. It's just you keep going back to the Progressive Party, and it's like that thing was a nightmare for me. And then you start talking about pet healthcare, pet vaccine, pet. I never wanted anything to do with that, to be quite honest. It drove me nuts. I'm glad that it came to an end.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that information's out there, and so
that party to me was just like it seemed too Canadian, as a matter of fact. It almost seemed like it was too conservative, but left conservative. Some of the policies that were on there, right, was kind of so far left, to be quite honest.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a policy that's so far left, but you can claim to be a right. Didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you look like an idiot.
Yeah.
And that's what I started looking like that, right?
There's some of these policies, though, that you do still stand by, like education and things like this, where you do still believe that these things should be done, right?
Well, to me, education is very, very important for all kids. I don't care if left or right. That should not be included in the equation when it comes to education. This is our future generation to come, right? So the kids don't know what left or right means. Let's get them educated. And if it means that we got to pay for it, let's do it. Because there's a lot of kids out there that can't afford it. And there's a lot of parents that can't afford it. And a lot of kids don't get the grant, but yet they're smart.
Right.
Yeah.
But unfortunate, right? So to me, it's like, the hell with it. I mean, a lot of countries are paying for it, so why can't we do it?
Yeah, so we have a question for you about that, because we watched an interview you did with Kevin Johnson where you said you're looking for, a flat tax rate of maybe about 10% or so.
Lower.
Yeah, maybe a little lower. You said maybe about 7 or 8, right?
7%, definitely.
So if that's what you're looking at, I'm just wondering, these large projects, these huge initiatives like free tuition, advancing our military, making sure we provide for our veterans is something you've said is very, important to you. So expanding some of these sectors and programs are going to be pretty costly. We're just wondering, what are your plans to fund these things?
Well, we have a lot of natural resources that we don't tap into. If we actually tap into it, we can create such large revenues. It's very important that we do that. The current Minister of Finance that we have, she doesn't know anything, okay? She doesn't understand natural resources. She doesn't even understand humanitarian. You could create a lot of monies through our natural resources that can't afford this without tapping into the taxpayers' dollar. See, our government works on taxpayers' dollars. They collect what they can and try to fund what they can with that. I mean, we have a lot of oil, okay? Think about it. We get a lot of that crude oil. We sell it to the United States. Let's just throw a number, okay? $80 a barrel. But yet that we turn around and we buy oil for about $280 a barrel. So where's the profit here? So I've been saying, you know what? Let's just build our own oil refineries here in Canada, create jobs, secondly, right? And bring that oil price down. Instead of buying it for $11.99 for a liter at the gas station, now you can buy it for $7.99. Let's boost up our economy here because a lot of people just can't afford the oil. There's a lot of companies that use oil, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of everything. So the cheaper things are, the more you end up buying. It's the facts, right? You're not going to go buy a T-shirt that's worth $20 if you know you get it for 10 in your own country.
True. Yeah.
So you end up buying 2 of them. So the sales and the tax there it comes in, right?
So speaking of like the Minister of Finance, Chris personally has said that the police were harassing him, for example, because you wanted him to be your Minister of Finance for the Republican Party.
Why would the police harass him for that?
Well, he's saying that what happened is that there was by his own admission, a copyright of the Infrastructure Bank of Canada that would give him some sort of control over all of Canada's banks, putting him in charge. And so he said that this is why he was being harassed by the police. This was prior to the current allegations. This was before you said he was making death threats. But this was when we covered a video of Chris being like surrounded by the police.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but what's the police have to do with it?
That's what Chris brought up. He said that like the police. We covered a video where Chris, you told me he was in your car at the time, but he was in the back of a car, and the police had surrounded, and he was yelling at them. He said that this harassment that was coming from the police had something to do with the fact that he now had control of the banks or something like that. So
no, that had to do with Longo's fruit market. That's what that had to do. There was a warrant for his arrest because I mean,
the thing where he got a maple syrup.
Rather if it was the maple syrup one or prior to the one before, I don't know.
Something like that.
I just know that,
So that's what that was.
He wanted to prove to everybody that you could shop without your mask. So when he made 3 posts on Instagram, and this is where he made the mistake, and he knows he made the mistake by saying what I'm about to say. He told everyone, just go inside the store, tell the store owner tell them that you're exempted, even if you're not. So that's a big red flag, right? So people are like, okay, I can do that. I can get away with it. So I know Longo's very well. And, when I talk to some of the managers there, they're saying, this kid, he's an idiot. I mean, he's somehow persuaded our clients to take off their mask, and they're all saying they're exempted when they know for a fact they're not, because he said they were just here last week with their mask. After they heard what Chris had to say, they're not wearing their mask anymore, and this putting everybody at jeopardy as far as they're concerned, right?
Right.
So I don't know why he said that. And
that's why he was added to the new trial.
Chris made some sort of post that it's because of him why there's a no mask policy at Longo's. That's not true. That's not true because, my brother Dave, and I've explained this to you, Carl, he's the head guy for all the Longo's. This is the big shot, okay? My understanding is that they've already spoken with the government prior to all this stuff, and they wanted to get that policy in there that if you're exempted, you can come in the store. They finally got it, and it was around the same time that guy walked in the store making an ass out of himself without the mask, right? But at the day when that guy actually walked in, the policy affected on that day. So...
Okay.
It's just stupid stuff.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean,
Chris said that he had control over the banks through this infrastructure bank copyright.
Chris has no control of anything, not even himself.
And he said that you had that control as well. So what are your thoughts on that? Like, what's that copyright about?
Well, the copyright is just about the infraction in itself. That's it. That's the extent of it.
So what was your original reason for getting that done?
To show that I can do it.
Okay.
That's all. Anybody can do it. Anyone can do it if you know what you're doing. Would I ever use it? No. Do I care? No. I don't really care about it.
If you were to use it, like, how would you use it? Like, what are the ideas there?
How to use it? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd have to ask legal.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I have no idea how to use it.
So Chris says that he had some experience in finance and banking, which is why you were looking at him for the Minister of Finance.
No. He never.
Is that what he was doing? Is that what he was doing prior to the pandemic? Was he in finance or banking or?
Chris has no experience or knowledge of finances. None. He was born with a silver spoon or a gold spoon, and that's it. He's got nothing. No experience. Well, he's got some experience of some things, but not finance.
So there are. I believe we've heard quoted that you were interested in having him as Minister of Finance. So what would be, is there a reason for that?
I said to Chris, if you want to be the Minister of Finance, you have to have your Series 7 license.
Oh, okay.
It's that easy. It's,
And
you know
so
what? That's open
he took
for
that.
anybody. But that's open for anybody.
Yeah, so he took that and ran with it.
Well, I guess he did.
Yeah, so okay. So that's makes sense.
Well, he can do what he wants with it. But I mean, to get a Series 7 license, you need at least 5 years.
Yeah.
So he's not going to be making it by the next election.
By the next election, probably the following election. But I like how he. I think he said on your show that somebody put it out there, Chris for Prime Minister, and he said he kicked everybody's ass. He got like 16,000 people that sided with him, right?
Yeah.
Well, those 16,000 people, folks, are Chris Guy's followers. If you had actually done those polls out there, right, he'd be lucky if he even gets a vote.
Yeah, you can't. That's a lot of people try to base any information on a Twitter, a Twitter poll,
that's his following. Try doing something like that, like on a real poll.
Yeah, it's much different.
You're not going to get it. It's not going to happen.
Exactly.
So I mean, he was proud of himself that he kicked everyone's ass apparently, but that's just on his followers.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
that's right. This Tuesday, I believe, or sometime soon, we're going to be talking to Mark Friesen about, again, what happened with Chris Sky at Ottawa. This whole thing about him not speaking or being invited to the Ottawa Canada Day rally. What do you think about that whole scenario? Did you follow that?
I don't really know. I don't know much about it. I'll be quite honest. Just from what I'm understanding here about that email, no reply.
Yeah.
I actually dug into that email address. You know what? It doesn't even exist.
Same. Yeah, we did the same thing.
It doesn't exist. I don't even know where it came from. I mean, you got to remember, if you're going to take the source like from a person like Kellyanne Wolf, right? And Chris thinks that she's a fucking cunt. That's what he calls her. No. He said it to her many times. I've got so many fucking recordings that you could actually hear him say that to her. Why would he take her word for it that he got permission to talk at this place? Why wasn't Chris smart enough to contact these people himself and say, hey, my understanding that I can come out there and talk, is this true? He should get that. Yeah. But instead, these flyers that came out of nowhere, and I don't believe that Maxine or Randy made these flyers for one bit. If anything, I believe it's probably Chris's guys that made these flyers.
Yeah, we had the same inclination.
They do stupid shit like that.
Yeah, we thought maybe it wasn't Chris directly, but at least like Kellyanne.
No, not Chris. I don't think Chris did it, but I think Chris knew about it.
Okay. It's maybe possible he didn't know about it.
Yeah, it's possible he didn't know that the flyers, his team did it.
Or the email is fake.
Or the email's fake or whatever.
Yeah.
But Chris should take responsibility and actually fact check it himself.
So we see a laptop behind you there, Rob. And is that the infamous laptop that Chris has been talking about?
Yeah, this is it right here.
Yeah. So I know we've shown an email chain with a police officer. You emailed Chris and this police officer that you wanted to get the laptop checked out. And we brought that up.
Let's get to the bottom of it, right?
Yeah.
And so that way they can actually check it. And they can see that I've done nothing. Nothing. I don't care to do anything with Chris's social media or his email. Like, what am I going to gain out of that? What am I, 5?
Well, I don't know.
Come on. I mean, this guy's had the laptop turned on here with his social media always live. It's there. I've never once even looked at it because I don't care.
Oh, he seems to think
and
you do care.
I even asked Chris, what's my password to my own laptop? And he tells me, he laughs at me.
Okay, so...
Like, I don't really care about what he does on there. So, he claims, he made one video, he said, starting on this day, which is about 2 weeks after, anything that happened prior to that, he's not going to take responsibility. But moving this day forward, he will take responsibility because he signed out and he changed his password, right?
Okay.
So I had quite a few of his close friends, right? And I'm serious, his close friends actually checked this out. And I said, I want you to check the computer and see what's been logged in there. They don't see anything. Nothing.
Yeah, and you had me talk to one of these people myself.
Yeah,
so.
and I could put another one on the phone for you. I mean,
now I want to take another chat question. We got somebody here asking if there was ever a time when Chris funded the Republican Party or helped fund the Republican Party.
No.
Because apparently there was a rumor going around that Chris was helping fund the party.
No, it's impossible. You can't just fund a party.
Right.
The party technically has to be registered. I learned the hard way.
Yeah, you had an investigation by Elections Canada recently.
Yeah, they investigated me. They've explained the rules. So as you can see, that my party right now is on lockdown, shut down until we're actually officially registered.
So is this why you told David at Rebel that you don't want to do interviews and all this as well? Is like your party's not part. Is this why you're not doing interviews with people like Rebel and that stuff? About the party? Is that you're not trying to kind of like broadcast the party right now?
No, I'm not doing anything. I'm just with you guys.
Yeah.
I'm not a guy that cares about this kind of stuff.
Right.
It means nothing to me.
Okay. And another question we have from the chat here is about this old man that Chris brought up. That apparently you took some kind of fake investment from an old man, defrauding him of like $15,000 of his pension or something like that through a wire transfer.
Again, we could put him on the phone. Would you like to talk to him?
This is, if you'd like, we could, but
his name is Vince, and Vince is very upset with Chris because Chris totally insulted him, degraded him, and called him an idiot. So when I talked to Vince about all that, he goes, "I've never had such a conversation like that with Chris. I don't know what he's talking about."
Okay. Yeah.
So again, folks, I always record. Always. And you know what, Carl? I'm going to send it to you on WhatsApp so you can hear it yourself.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Yeah. I'll look forward to that.
What's really interesting is how Chris said about this team that I had, this campaign team.
Right.
You saw that last email I sent you from John.
Yeah. I think, Jam, do you have it?
Yeah.
Maybe you should put it up.
Yeah, we can do that.
We can put it up on the screen.
Screen share. Do this. And which one is it here? It's from John.
It's the
this one.
The latest
John,
one.
He passed away. See, this document here is. Well, maybe you can explain it. What it is.
Now it's So this is just a form regarding, I guess, registering your party that's being sent.
That's right. Show the date when that was sent to.
John is sending this to you in March. This is when was this?
March 1st.
March 1st, 2021. And there's a message involved here. So
right. Maybe you could read it.
What he's saying is this is the big one we need to fill out and make sure that lunatic Chris Sky does not get a copy of this form, Rob. You need to disassociate from him. He cannot be trusted and will hurt the party.
There. That says it all.
So that is John's message to you regarding Chris.
Correct.
So I guess that shows us his views on Chris Sky, right? What he thought about Chris Sky.
Yeah.
Right. He's saying disassociate him from the party. Don't, so that's interesting. Obviously in that case, John would be unlikely to be working with Chris himself.
Oh God, no, he doesn't want to work with Chris.
Yeah, that's what.
I don't know, not with Chris or Kelly.
So part of this,
he made some accusations on there, though.
Yeah, part of this team was that there was a web guy, some kind of merchandiser that you hadn't paid. We have that email as well, where you've been messaging with the RCMP.
Okay. When you were about to show that email to Chris, and Chris automatically jumped in the text, goes, yeah, that's it right there. That's from Peter. That's the truth right there. Why don't you read what Peter said?
Right.
So
we can
it's
go through
important
that.
that people actually hear it themselves.
Let's do it. It's this one, right?
Yeah, this full one here.
So we can go to the bottom, right? And yeah, he gave it his explanation.
Gotta remember, everyone needs to understand who's tuning into this show right now. Chris has made statements and accusations that I didn't pay one of their vendors, one of their guys, right? That they made all this merchandise for me, and I never paid them. So here it is right here from the guy that he's talking about. His name is Peter. So Peter wrote on what day and what did he say?
So April 3rd, 2021.
Well, so this is the first part of the email. This isn't about. This isn't Peter's email yet, but
never mind. So let's go to Peter.
We go to the section.
Peter right here, right? Peter.
Kilsora. Peter. Yeah.
So this was July 14th.
From IQ Promotions or Promo.
Hi Rob. As per our conversation, the items were ordered by Ron in early February for the Ottawa convention. The total of the goods that were agreed upon by Ron Kowalczyk were 288 hats totaling $4,300. This was promised to be paid no later than a week after the Ottawa event using the proceeds from the sale of the hats. The hats were approved by Ron K, and the order was delivered as promised. Furthermore, my understanding was that Ron K was fully responsible for the merchandise and the stores selling the merchandise, as per the conversations that I had with him. I've been trying to follow up for payment and have been ignored and disregarded on multiple occasions, which now leaves me with no other alternatives but to file suit and possibly call appropriate authorities, as this is now theft, says Peter. So that's his part. And
that's his part. So how did I rip this guy off? I'm not understanding. There's no mention of me. This has to do with Ron, because Ron was in charge of the cart.
Yeah.
Right. And we can see if you go if we go earlier in the email chain, like all the way down to the bottom, we can see that there were original emails from Michael to Ron, I guess.
Trying to Michael.
We go all the way down.
Yeah. Michael to
so
Ron.
This is good day, Ron.
No, this is the guy. Yeah, that guy right there.
I placed this order in April. I've yet to receive anything. I have requested a while back to cancel this order because it was already 2 months waiting. Today I phoned you and left you a message stating I would like to receive my refund. Please explain to me why this has not been resolved yet. Keep in mind this is not a small order, $986.53 to be exact. $986.53. This was not a donation for air. Thank you for your time.
And he still hasn't heard from Ron. So you know what I told that gentleman? I said, you should phone the authorities. This is how it started. And you can see where the authority contacted me.
Yeah, you have the RCMP here contacting you in this email chain, actually.
Yep.
Yeah. And we got someone over here on the east side as well.
Yeah.
So they're going to be looking at all the orders. See, this is what I don't understand. Chris said that I'm forcing Ron to pay with the products. It works like this. First of all, I got nothing to do with the website. I don't care. Got nothing to do with me. My job is something else. I hired someone to do this for me, right? A team, Ron and his people. When someone places an order, that order comes off your credit card or Visa debit, right? Mm-hmm. Those monies go directly into Ron's account that he set up for the shop card. So those monies go into whatever bank he set that up with. I'm not even sure which bank it is. Ron will not tell me. This is why the authorities are involved. Now, once they place that order, Ron receives the money. He's got it. From that, now he has to call the vendors to make it. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Therefore, the vendor will make it. Ron pays them for it, right, and then ships it to the client.
There's so that no is money, IQ. That's no IQ Promotions. That was Peter as the vendor, right?
Yeah, Peter's one of many vendors. And see, I'm not quite sure who the other vendors are. I'm not quite sure if they even got paid.
Right.
Right. So this is kind of disturbing. Now, I have seen some people receive their product, but I noticed it's the small things like a hat, maybe a shirt or something small. But the bigger orders like this guy, nothing. I'm not understanding. Okay. There's a lot of them, eh?
Yeah. Now, Chris is saying that, you know, you were making Ron or whatever pay people out of his own pocket for this merch.
How's Ron paying out of his pocket when he receives the funds, he places the order, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Sends it to the client, and he's got a profit margin.
Right.
And the profit margin is about 40%. And with that,
so he should have a lot of money left over.
Well, yeah, but with each person, 40%, it adds up, right? And then you take those monies and you do. I told Ron, you're in charge of the cart. You get all the money. You do as you please. Pay yourself. Pay everyone. Whatever's owed, just pay it from the cart, okay? Because believe it or not, we got tens of thousands of people that were ready to buy this shit. We do. Now, I stopped the cart because of where things are at, and I need to get to the bottom of it. What's happening? I need to find out all the people that paid for this stuff and never received their items, because it's fraud. It's definite fraud. And I assured the police officer saying that, you know what? I'll make sure that I pay these guys their monies back. And I'll even give them the product as well. But I need to find out exactly what Ron has done.
Right.
I need to know the truth. There's no way possible that I'm forcing him to pay anything. It's a very simple transaction. You place the order, you order it, and you ship it out. That's it. It's not like it's coming out of his pocket.
Yeah.
It's easy math, right? Take the money, order it, ship it, profit. Take the money, order it, ship it, profit. That's what it is. How did the money come out of his pocket?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So that's the claim.
It's not easy. How did it come out of his pocket?
I don't know.
What was he doing?
I mean, if he's meant to just use the money that he receives and there's a 40% profit, then obviously nothing would be coming out of his pocket, right? So.
No, and let's say that was the signature line is about 40%. I believe the regular line is about 20% profit.
Okay, it's still a significant profit margin. You should
it's still
be
profit,
able to get
no matter how you dissect it. Yes.
Yeah.
It's virtually impossible for Ron to be in a deficit unless he's managing his money wrong. Now, if he hasn't paid Peter and he hasn't paid the other guys, then he's really profit. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
So where is this stuff? I mean, I sent them an email saying, Ron, you got to explain yourself. Who are these people that you ordered from? Because I have no idea. I stayed out of it. I did get involved in some parts of the shop. I told them what pictures to put up. I can show you emails. No, I don't like that picture. Use this picture.
Okay.
That's it. And the web developer, the guy who put it all together, and you can call him yourself. I'll give him his phone number. He'll tell you straight up. He set up everything under Ron, not under Rob. All the monies go to Ron. So for Chris to make that statement saying, and I heard him say it on your show, that I took the money, again, right. He's lying. And he's defending his friend. Ron is a dog sitter for Chris. That's how I met Ron. When I met Ron, he was an expert in French, and I had a hard time with the French. And he did a really good job for me to write things in French. So I said, you're hired. And then one thing led to another, where it's like, here's an opportunity. Maybe you could do the website. After that was the shop cart. And Ron did an excellent job. 100%. He built it all perfect. I'll be honest with you. But what he did with the money, that I don't know.
So you put trust in him for that money, like so I mean, did you seem to trust him at that point quite a bit to put all that responsibility on him, right? So I guess so you had a good relationship. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he did a great job. I'm not going to say he did a shitty job. He did a great job.
Okay.
Ron's good for that. But to say that, I mean, the only reason Ron disassociated himself with me because of what happened with me and Chris. He just backed off. He's like, I'm staying out of this. I want nothing to do with either side. But he still hangs out with Chris anyways. I know that Ron's financially tapped out and he's trying to get monies one way or another.
Well, that's what Chris says about you at this point. With all due respect, I'm only mentioning this because he does. He says that you got this eviction notice and whatnot.
Really?
Yeah, and he said
that's
this on
awesome.
our podcast.
Okay, I got an eviction notice. Wow, really?
I know. So I was just wondering what your comment is on that. I mean, you saw the interview.
I can't have comment to stupid.
Okay, there you go.
That's so stupid.
There you go. So that's what he keeps saying that. That's the thing. So I just wanted your comment.
I told Carl there was and I still haven't said it to him, and I promised that I would. That when I leased this place out here in Toronto, I paid for the full year. Okay, then I gave an additional 10 grand, is what I did. My realtor at that time says, really, you don't have to pay for that 10 grand because you're not leasing this place with furniture. If there was furniture, you have to give a deposit. So then it's time for me to get my 10 grand back. So I told the landlord, you're not getting your 10 grand this month. You can forget about it. His attorney, which I will forward you that email, saying that they've used that 10 grand that he held in trust towards the lease that I chose not to pay that month. So we broke even.
Okay.
That's it. But again, it's just stupid to even talk about this.
Yeah, right. No, I know.
Hey, let's talk about Chris Guy. He can't afford underwear, so he has to buy them at the dollar store. Exactly. We can do that all day long. You know, he does that, but who cares?
That's right. It's very petty.
Who cares?
Exactly. Who does care? That's the thing. Yeah, regardless of what he says, I am curious as to how you got so successful, because you seem very successful. You're living the high life there. What's your secret? What's your skill? What you do?
It's 40 years of work.
There you go.
It's 40 years of hard work.
That turns you into a billionaire.
It takes 40 years.
It takes 40 years, yeah. Well,
I'm 53 years old. I started at a very young age, started working. One thing led to another. And here I am. I don't really care about my wealth. It means nothing to me. I don't really show off, to be quite honest.
It's not the wealth. This is a success, Rob. We're impressed with the success.
I'm more about humanitarian.
That's awesome. Yeah.
That to me means more than success. Most of the money that I make, about 95% of what I make goes towards humanitarian. I keep about 5%, which still made me a shitload of money. I'm all about humanitarian. There's a lot of people out there that need the money.
Also, another thing that was asked is what did it? Was it our ribbing? Was it Canameme has made memes that they're very funny? What was it, or is it something else that prompted you to register the Republican Party of Canada? Because I remember we were poking, we were in your Facebook.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll tell you, there's a lot of people in the West Coast, okay, that really want my party registered for one reason only. And a lot told me, they said they don't care if they put their hands in their pocket and it hurts. They want a stake in this party. So get it registered. So I was like, shit. I mean, we really got some patriots in this country. The West Coast, unbelievable the amount of emails that we received saying that we want you to register and we want to be part of it. So get a donation button out there. I myself thought, okay, you know what? I'll fund it myself. I don't want people to put money in their pocket, right? Just let me prove myself to you, save your money. And then once I finally get to the Hill, our parliament, they call it here, then we'll talk, right? But until then, I just wanted to do it myself. And then I learned it very hard that there are people that really want to stake. And I respect people. It's just like the shop part. When it was like, we had some logos, keep Canada great or keep Canada great again. I left it out there. I put a post out there and it was pretty much 60-40. So I said, you know what, let's just keep both slogans to make everybody happy. It's not about me. It's about what the people want. I'm not going to be a dictator and say, that's what it is, whether you like it or not. I have to hear what the people have to say. So the people wanted a choice with the hats. They wanted a choice to register. You know what I mean? And they wanted a choice to put their hands in their pocket to donate. So I got to respect that. I'm here to serve for the people. What they want is what I do. It's that easy.
Well, that's very commendable. You're the man of the people. And again, about the party, you mentioned a few times that you need 8 million votes, and then you can form your own government. You said that before. Maybe
yeah, if you can get the majority of the population, like past 51%, then yeah, you could start your own, right? But you need at least half the voters. How can we figure that out? I mean, we'd have to do a test drive, right?
On half the voters.
Sorry?
8 million was based on half the voters then? I guess you're considering that like 50% of the population approximately
no, let me tell you the numbers. The amount of ballots that go out is about 23,700,000 according to Elections Canada. Last election and the one prior to that, roughly almost 15 million people voted. 15 million. So we're basing it off the 15 million.
Okay.
We're not basing it on the full amount, because if it was
right,
the full,
yeah, which is what we were thinking.
Yeah.
Right.
So that makes more sense. Yeah, it does make more sense.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to take it into account, then we should go with half of the full amount, technically, right? That would be a vast majority.
Oh yeah.
But there's a lot of people out there that just sit back and they don't want to vote.
Yeah.
Well, there's like 50% of the population that doesn't vote.
Yeah.
So.
Well, they don't have a reason to. It's the same shit. It's the same shit all the time. It doesn't matter. I keep telling this to everyone. It doesn't matter who you vote to bring in there. It makes no difference. Parliamentary.
So we have Andrew Scott in the chat, and he's wondering, are you going to run, or, why wouldn't you run as an independent while you're setting up the Republican Party? Would you consider that?
Again, I tried that independent. I wanted to find it myself. I tried it. It's not going to work.
Okay.
It's not going to work.
Yeah, the funding is a little bit difficult to come by, especially we have a lot of rules in our system around funding political parties that I'm sure Election Canada made you aware of, right?
Oh shit, yeah. I mean, trust me, they went through every crack, and you got to remember when they investigate you, right? They investigate you, and guess what, folks? I came out clean. I'm not this fraud person. I'm not this crazy person. I'm an actual person that they respect, and my manager that died built a good relationship with the guy that was investigating me. And this guy actually said to John that if you need any help with the documents that we sent you, I'll help you. He actually supported this party.
It's also, and a good question too here we have is, so again, going back to the 8 million, what would be, again, you've mentioned you're not interested in the rebel news, you're not interested in the media at all, you're here with us, and again, very much appreciated, but what would be what's the plan there? What's the path to get to that 8 million? Do you have a plan in mind? You're very active on Facebook?
No, I don't have a plan. It was just a statement, and that's all it is. It'll never meant to anything, ever. Okay. Let's just do it. Let's just do it by the book, and we'll see what happens in the polls, right? So it's just a statement. It's just a statement. Yep. It'll never happen.
All right. Well,
if we're going to talk about some of your policies here, let's just go through some of the Republican Party and what the Republican Party believes in. Because I know we went through some of what's out there, and obviously some of what's out there comes from the Progressive Party platform. So we just want to make sure we know Rob Carbone, and we know the Republican
hold
Party.
on. It's different.
It's different.
There's not one thing the same.
No, exactly. This is what I was getting at, is that, there's a lot of information out there that people might think, oh, this is Rob Carbone, they read it, they go, oh, well, this is what he wants. And we want to make sure we know from the man himself, So first question, what are your thoughts on freedom of speech?
You want a parliamentary answer, or you want a Republican one?
I want your answer, Rob.
I want the Rob Carbone, yeah.
I honestly think that people have a right to speak. We shouldn't censor them. However, when people say something, they should say it very diplomatically. and not be anal about it.
Yeah.
That's my opinion about freedom of speech. Please, by all means, say what you feel. But don't be rude about it. Don't be rude about it.
And so, again, just in the vein of freedom of speech, if you're like rudeness, is there a certain amount of rudeness that would...
Anything that has to do with foul language, as far as I'm concerned, is being rude.
Yeah. So with that...
Because it shouldn't be in anything.
Well,
you can't say, well, I fucking think you shouldn't talk that way. Or you're a fucking idiot, you shouldn't be talking that way.
That's right.
Just make your point diplomatically, and that's it.
Now, do you think that the law should get involved at all when it comes to people speaking, let's say, improperly? Or
well, I think if you look up in the government's website, foul language, especially in a park, you can be charged. You can be arrested.
And do you agree with that? Like, do you think that's right?
Well, I swear, so I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
I'm gonna be honest.
But that's the thing.
I don't know. I mean, it's just.
We want the Rob Carbone opinion.
I don't think swearing is appropriate anywhere you go.
That's right, but that's where freedom of speech comes in, is because offensive language
is included. Now you're talking about being ignorant and rude. I don't think that should be part of freedom of speech.
No.
Not if you want to be rude and ignorant. No. It's separate.
Well, again,
keep it clean.
This is where, again, we're getting the law involved. So, again, being rude in a park, does the law get involved?
Well, there's kids. There's, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. It's possible.
And would that be in the...
I don't know. I don't know.
But would that be something you'd advocate for in the party? Like, it was just a position. I think it's an important...
For me, as a Republican, let's say, I'd have zero tolerance for that.
Okay, so that would be... There would be a high threshold of things that you would not allow in public in terms of speech, and that the law would get involved, such as, being, swearing in public, saying something rude. The law, you would advocate for the law to get involved there?
We'll have to see at the time if that actually even works. I don't know.
That's
right.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's
I'm not there yet.
Okay, it's something we talk a lot about, freedom of speech.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a fair answer. It's a fair answer.
I'm not
What
there.
are your thoughts on gun rights then? Like, what about, I know you've spoken about the Second Amendment before.
I believe in the Second Amendment to bear arms. Yeah.
So basically you think we should have that same right here in Canada, right?
That's right.
Okay.
I would agree with you.
There are people, that come into your house, pose a threat to you and your family, and what if they got a gun?
Well, here in my neighborhood, there's a woman and her child. Their home was broken into by an intruder, and they phoned the police, and it took 61 minutes for them to respond.
Yeah,
that's over an hour.
Sad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So when you're dependent on police in that sense, right? It does pose a threat to your life, right? Like, if you can't depend on the police to show up in less than an hour, then you better give me a gun to protect myself, right? At least.
Take the law in your own hands, right?
Right.
Exactly.
So what are your thoughts on something like concealed carry? Like, people walking around with a gun or something like that?
Okay, that's a little too much.
Because I know that they're bringing that into the U.S. right now. Like, a lot of places are...
Walk around. This is not Texas.
Yeah.
This Canadians, they're good people. We don't have this crazy violence like in the U.S. with guns.
Well, Toronto's
I just
pretty
think that having the Second Amendment will shock a lot of people because we're used to not having guns, right?
Yeah,
shock
it is.
A lot.
It's a.
In the U.S., it's pretty normal, right, to carry a gun. You know what I mean? And I've been charged. Let's get into that. I've been charged shooting guns. I have been. I had no idea that Spokane, that you needed a license. I'm at a friend's ranch and we're just shooting, target practicing, and then I end up getting charged for it.
Yeah, wow. We did cover some of that before as well. That was something we talked about.
You haven't heard it from me, right? So I've been there, so I understand, right? The judge ultimately said at the very end of it all, Mr. Carbone, I'm going to toss the the case out, but you're irresponsible of finding out the gun laws. And I went, okay, that's fair. I mean, I didn't know I had to register. It's just one state out of all the states that it just so happened to have shotguns, and you just, you have to register.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
And what about immigration? Again, just moving on to another topic. What would
immigration? I'm tough with. Very tough. I think that we should stop immigration. Let's deal with what we have right now. Put everything on hold for now. Let's deal with what we have right now and clear it all up before we start letting more people into this nation.
So more of a Trumponian Trump stance almost. It's just like it's close, and then what he used 2016, I guess, is what I would more describe, but close.
No, they were still letting people in regardless.
Yeah, it's just I mean his rhetoric, I guess.
I would just literally shut it down and say no one's coming in.
Yeah. Okay. So and
I've had a lot of people that have actually immigrated here say, "No, we should stop immigration."
Yeah.
Let's find the depths of these people, who they really are. I mean, there's some countries that don't share intel, and we're letting people in here.
Mm-hmm.
Like Trudeau lets anybody in, as long as you vote for him, but he lets anybody in. I wouldn't allow that. No. Okay. No way. It's not going to happen. We got to find out, even if we got to do a biometric on this person, DNA, whatever it takes. I mean, I remember, because I was married to an American woman, they wanted my DNA, biometrics, to go into the States because I was getting married. It went to this level. They want to know exactly who I am. So I think we should do that the same thing here for everyone else who comes in here. Okay. That was just policy, the way it is. Rather, I mean, I did nothing wrong. They just wanted to do a biometric. So they have my DNA, they have everything, right?
This ban on immigration that you want to do, how long do you think you would implement that for?
Yeah, it could be a 90-day lockup. It could be 100. It could be 120.
Okay, so you're not thinking like years, though, right?
No, not years. I mean, I'm only going to find out the truth when I actually get in there.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know what's in there right now. I don't know what they're covering or what they're hiding. It's like Trump, when he finally won, he was in shock. What he found when he was president, he was like, wow, there's a big mess to clean up. And I'm sure I'm going to have the same shock going into the Hill. I'm like, wow, what did Trudeau do? Or what did these past prime ministers do? We're about to find out, right? And I want to expose that. I want to share that with everyone, saying, this is what I found, folks. We've been lied to.
Yeah.
Definitely lied. There's a lot of cover-up, that's for sure.
And what about the one we talked a lot about was the security guards at each ATM. Is that something?
Oh my God! You're going back to the progressive. You're going back to the progressive. Let it go. Let it go.
All right. Well, I don't agree with it.
That's
That's a chat question, so I have to, you.
No, I know. Okay, fine, fair enough. You didn't say it was chat. Thank you.
I apologize.
Folks, let it go. No, let it go.
So
I told Carl that was one party I couldn't stand. I couldn't stomach it.
Yeah, well, no.
Yeah, you even admitted to me that you wouldn't get any support running that party. That you wouldn't even vote for barely vote for yourself.
I told you. You know who's going to vote for me? Me and myself and I.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's it. Although there were some people that liked it. As a matter of fact, I had a Facebook page. Still there. There's about 77,000 followers. They liked it. But I'm out. As a matter of fact, I got T-boned and I was out for 4 months. Thank God. That's over and done with. I couldn't stand that party. It made me sick.
Yeah, well, you said you had some handlers at the time who were kind of telling you what to do.
Yeah. They thought this was good.
Yeah, they were kind of saying this is how you form a party, right?
It was total garbage, is what it was. I can understand people saying that maybe I'm going to split the votes. I understand that because it almost sounded too conservative. I get it.
But very left-wing, right? Like the left-wing conservative.
But policy's further left. Think about that.
Yeah.
It didn't make any sense. Right. I was struggling. I'm like, seriously? This doesn't make any sense. I'm going to look like an idiot.
Okay. So, but but are you like?
I mean, even you thought, Donnie, you thought that was stupid. Let's be
Yeah.
honest.
Oh yeah, we've talked about it. We thought those policies were ridiculous.
Yeah, I am agreeing with you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. That's all. That's
You know what? I'll tell you one thing. You guys are smart enough to understand how stupid that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least
you
feel the same way.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess like these part like the progressive thing. So you're presented these party ideas, and then you either accept or decline, or I kind of don't get the initial startup of that whole thing where you go from one party to another.
You don't get it. I was involved and I don't get it.
But that.
See,
but what?
I've always wanted to, at one point maybe run for office, and met a lot of so-called sharp guys, and this is their idea, and I didn't like it. I hated it.
Okay, so all right. I'll leave it. I apologize for bringing it up again. So it's just
no, it's okay. You said it was someone that was asking.
Yeah, it was. But we're going off in the weeds. Is just what I'm saying here. There's another.
I told your partner Carl to talk to you, but to stop talking about it.
Well, yeah. That's we will definitely in the future.
Yeah, I can't stand stupid.
That's right. You can't stand stupid. But okay, so we also have something else that we had covered is the bonds you had presented on the Kevin J. Johnson's show. Those bearer bonds.
Yeah.
And we had done Carl had done some research there, and
Carl he went to Hong Kong Monetary Authority.
Yeah.
They will never in a million years tell Carl nothing.
So they lied.
Well, of course they lied. I mean, I can show you emails I got from them. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Sometimes somebody takes, let's say, one of these bonds, they want to monetize it, or 5 or 10, 20 or 100. Sometimes Hong Kong Monetary Authority has to ask me, did you, in any chance, either sell or are you allowing these people to use them? And I respond to it, right? The only time that they get involved if they think there's any theft or fraud. But I have a lawyer that would go on record with you guys and explain to you exactly how these things work. So when Chris's guy was checking it out, they realized it was the real deal. But what Chris didn't explain to you is that I can't put anything, not a trade, in his name. The simple factor that when it has to do with federal trades, and I need to show you, I got to share the links with you so you guys understand it, and then maybe share the actual rules of the road so you understand it. The rules of the road that you have to come out squeaky clean, right? There can't be anything criminal against you or whatever. When I was trying to put Chris into a program, right? At first, it was okay, but the people failed at monetizing these bonds. Later on, Chris got charged being on the no-fly list, considered a terrorist. He can't be involved with anything, nothing. He's out. So he can never come into it, and that pissed him off. He thinks I'm making up some sort of excuse, but he understands the rule of the roads, that once you get charged for any of the stuff that he's going through, you're gone. One of the traders that he claims that is fake, right, has actually emailed him and said, please give me your banking coordinates or your lawyer's information so that way I can send back the monies that you put into this particular trade. Chris does not want to take that money back because he knows how much money is being made. So he's been asking me for money for his first cause or for his debt or for whatever he's doing. As a matter of fact, I even paid for his trip to Turkey. Came to me and he wanted $10,000 and I gave it to him. And the night before he left, he wanted another $5,000. I gave it to him. I thought by taking that vacation that he may settle down, he might relax, start off fresh. But it was worse.
So it wasn't a nice, relaxing vacation there?
No, he went there to fight with his wife, and he wanted to bang 3 other chicks. She got upset. One thing led to another. It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. I honestly thought that maybe if he took this vacation, he might just relax and chill out. He wanted to stay longer, and I said, no, I'm not giving you any more money. Come home. It's time to come home.
So rather than him funding the Republican Party, it sounds like you've been funding Chris's efforts more. So.
Chris has never funded $1 in the Republican Party. No one has. If anyone has.
I'm just saying, rather than that being the case, which is some rumors that are going around, sounds like you've been funding his projects.
No, not projects. I've been funding his trip or day-to-day things, or if he needed something, or if he orders food, which is pretty much every day. I always give him money for it.
Still today?
No, not to this day.
Okay. But not you used to.
Day.
When you guys were...
I mean, no,
when you guys
Chris,
had this
I didn't care. But see, I had a problem where it's like, now that he's on the terrorist list, no-fly list, it's hard for me to give him money, wires or anything, because now it shows that I'm funding a terrorist. I'm not doing that.
Right.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to jeopardize myself by doing that. His friend Doug Force said that, they got a way of doing it, how to do it. And I'm like, I don't trust Chris's phone. That shit is under surveillance big time. Whether he likes to hear that or not. I mean, even
do you know
Chris,
that for a fact?
Sorry?
Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah. If you put a code, if you put this code on your phone, it'll tell you if you're being traced or not. Right? I remember doing it on his phone. It clearly showed that it was chased.
Chris, if Chris is listening, he's gonna look up that code and he's gonna look it up now.
Well, I'm gonna give it to you right now. Okay, right. I want everyone to try this. Okay, I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm gonna tell you. Type this in, everybody. Star, pound, 2121, send. Tell me what's on your phone.
My call cannot be completed as dialed. Star then pound? Or is it pound?
Star pound 21. Sorry, this is what I meant to say. Star pound 21 pound and then send.
Oh,
guys. We learned something on the Chance of Flurry show, Rob. Thank you.
There we go.
That's interesting. Okay. I don't know. I really don't know what this is, really, but no, not forward. Okay, that makes sense.
It'll tell you right there if your phone is being tracked and traced or whatever, right?
So. Mine says not forwarded, which makes sense.
Yeah, because
it was forwarded to some other device, I guess.
Right. If they're being forwarded, then it would obviously say that it's like enabled. Forwarding is enabled or something like that, right?
On Chris, it showed it was forwarded on 3 things on there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, whereas mine all say disabled.
Okay. Yeah, so you're good. No one's watching you. And guess what? No one's watching me. Should I do it too?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you should check every day.
I don't need to. I would get an alert.
Yeah, okay. Oh, Rob knows his stuff.
It seems he knows how his technology anyway.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, yeah.
Now, Rob, I have a very important question for you. Who's more buff, you or Chris Sky?
Who's more buff?
Yeah.
Yeah, who's more buff, you or Chris Sky?
Well, I sent you a picture. Why don't you tell everybody?
Yeah. Well, based on the photo, I would say it appears that you are the wider set man.
It's all about perspective.
I'm taller, I'm wider, I'm bright, I'm heavier, I don't want to compare myself to Chris Sky. It doesn't make any sense.
That was just a joke.
I don't even know why that's even a question, to be quite honest. I mean,
that was just a joke. I just wanted to throw you that one.
Oh, okay.
On a more serious note, would you be willing, if if anything comes out when Chris sees this, are you ever willing, maybe even after a court case or whatever? I know you guys are involved in some things. Would you ever be willing to come on a show or any other show, if it doesn't have to be ours, with Chris Sky and discuss your beefs?
I don't have a beef.
Well, yeah, if he wants to call you out.
I have a problem with his threatening demeanor. That's it. But guess what, folks? Chris Sky, I'm going to say it right here and right now so everyone understands it. And Chris, you need to listen to me. I'm going to say it like a father. You're going to jail. You're going to spend some time in there. At least minimum 2 years. Okay? Once you finally come out, I hope that you've learned your lesson. And then when you do come out and you need some help, we're all here for you.
I'll be here for him. Definitely.
But you're threatening demeanor, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, how you yelled and screamed and how you're going to fucking shoot Doug Ford, and you can do it from a mile away. Guess what? It's recorded. It's not on your fucking disclosure, you idiot. But guess what? The day when you have court, and your lawyer listens to it, he's going to come back and say to you, we're going to have to take a plea bargain.
Now, if you want, we can take a listen. You sent me a video of one of Chris or two of Chris's friends discussing this recording.
Yeah, because I had one of Chris's good friends listen to it.
Yeah.
And this guy was actually talking to one of Chris's guys, which I kind of blacked it out so you don't see the number. But I'll send you the original.
Is this the one where it's someone talking, or is it Chris?
It's a black screen. Yeah.
It's a black screen.
It's a black screen. Yeah, I kind of covered it so that way no one could see who's talking.
Yeah, that's understandable.
I was just defending both sides. One says, I've heard the tape, I heard the threats. He told to Chris's guy that was in charge of Chris's handling when he was traveling in West. Hold on, are we losing connection here?
No, this is my screen. I'm sharing.
He's just bringing up the video, which is the black screen that you see.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. Do you guys hear this?
Recording of a threat that Chris made.
Do you guys hear anything?
I don't.
Very little.
Hear it.
But do you hear something?
Very little.
Okay, so let me see here. More share sound.
You know what kills me? I would like Chris to go to his WhatsApp, right, and share our conversations on WhatsApp. When I told him about the threats, he actually tried to justify the reasons why he made those threats and what content. Why doesn't Chris show that on his WhatsApp? It's right there.
That's a good point.
Because if he does show it, he knows he's guilty. He won't show it, but he should.
That's a good point. Chris, that's a challenge. Challenge has been laid out for you there.
I wrote to Carl. I said, have Chris do it, and I give full authorization that Chris can share his WhatsApp conversations with us. And it's right in there. It says it in there clearly why he justified why he made those threats. He can't deny it. I even sent him an email, and he chose not to respond to it. And Chris has to say he never made them. He never made them. Because if he says at any given time prior to that, it shows guilt. And he can't have that right now. He's got to say that he's innocent. And I don't blame him playing this game. Chris knows he said it. He knows his heart's he said it. It's not a big deal because once he mans up to what he says, you know what I mean, and he actually means it, people will start respecting him. It's just like he's so against the mask. He's worn it with me. You've seen him wearing a mask when he's doing his tattoos.
Yeah.
Just be consistent of what you really are, your identity. Don't cover yourself. I mean, I have no problems admitting the truth. And
now, what are your thoughts on that?
On record, folks, when you call Rob Carbone's phone, it's always recorded. Always.
So when you get those death threats, stuff like that, it's all recorded.
Everything is recorded. Even inside my place, everything is recorded. Everything. I learned to do that a long time ago. How many times? I mean, Chris wanted to throw his wife's ass out of this country. The shit that he said about it. Again, all recorded. Everything is recorded.
Now he's throwing his wife out of the country because she's not a Canadian citizen, right?
She's not a Canadian citizen. She's not even an American citizen.
She's, I think you've told me before, Filipino, right?
She was born in the Philippines, yet Chris was trying to get her back in the Philippines, right? And it didn't work because she's not native there. They're saying that you can't come in here during COVID. So she has an American passport. When she was a little girl, she actually was brought to Texas, and someone that her aunt knows got a birth certificate that said that she was born there. Later on in discoveries, I myself as well, including, Turkey and everyone else, the lawyers they were talking to, because Chris sent me a tape of a conversation that his wife and a lawyer had, saying, okay, this is basically fraud, what you guys have done. And if you know about it, you can be arrested too. So again, Chris sent me that video recording. I still have it, right? Point is that Jenny, it's not her fault, but it is her fault knowing now that she's not technically an American citizen.
Right.
So just so Chris and Jenny understand that they're going to be dealing with all of Chris and Jenny's stuff here. And then once that's final and it's been finalized, and the minute that Jenny goes back to the U.S., Jenny is going to be arrested.
So is that why she's been back? Because I know she went back to the U.S. for a while, and now she's back. Like, we were at an event just
she's
last
back
night
here because she has court cases to deal with.
We were at an event just last night with Chris, and she was there, and it seemed that they were both quite friendly with each other. So I was just wondering, like, why do you think that that's the case right now?
Well, I don't know why they're friendly with each other. I think it's all show, but I mean, the depths of this relationship, it's not a real bona fide marriage. I mean, the shit that he says to her is nasty. I mean, she wanted at one point just a husband and wife relationship and not bring all these girls into the bedroom, right? But that's what he wants. He wants to have sex with her and all these other women. I mean, but that's Chris's deal. I mean, that's his problem, right?
Each their own, I guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're going to be married to somebody, I think you should probably respect what they want.
You would think.
That's just
but, he yelled at her,
view.
screamed at her. He yelled at her and screamed at her and called her every name in the book, and the woman was devastated. And then one thing led to another that he finally wanted to get rid of her. And he did a good job. He scared the fuck out of her. He scared her. She's gone. But then she was stuck in Turkey. Chris went down there. And here we are. Now they're both here.
Yeah.
They're probably having a hard time seeing me, so I'm going to step inside here.
So, Rob, yeah, we've talked about mask mandates a little bit, and how Chris was telling people whether you're exempt or not, tell people you got an exemption. We saw a video of you walking with Chris in a shopping center without your mask.
Yeah, that was in Yorkdale.
Yeah. Is that do you have the view that, like, are you exempt, or do you have the view that people should be kind of acting that way? Or I was just wondering what your view is on the masks, on the whole mask thing, because you seem to be criticizing that.
First of all, that video is pure gags, pure jokes. I do a lot of videos like that, right?
Yeah.
It was funny.
Yeah, you like to have fun. Yeah, it was.
No, yeah, we thought it was a good video. I was just wondering.
What's it called? Instagram took it down. I guess it was a violation or whatever. But as for the mask, let me tell you my honest opinion regarding the vaccine and the mask. Folks, if you want to wear it, by all means wear it. If you want to take a jab, by all means, that's your rights. The Republican Party and I myself are not going to hold anybody accountable if they want to take it, if they don't want to take it. That's your choice. As far as I'm concerned.
So you're against, like, vaccine passports, for example?
That's a little asinine, don't you think?
Yeah.
Now we've gone a little too far, right?
Exactly, for within the country, especially.
That's a sign of communists, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you're creating different classes of citizens, really.
Well, they're dividing people is what's happening, right?
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people are going to say, you know what, we're going to have this new variance. It's not going to happen. It's done. It's over, folks. Get to enjoy our city. It's going to remain open. You heard it from me.
You think?
No, it's not going to close. Don't listen to anybody. It's not going to close. We're good.
For yourself, have you been vaccinated or will you be vaccinated?
Absolutely not, because I look at it this way. It has to be FDA approved for me to do anything or take anything, and my dogs are not even vaccinated. So why would I take something that's not FDA approved?
Right.
Like, think about what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, I don't feel like being a lab rat.
Yeah. And we agree with you. We're both, neither of us have had the vaccine, and neither of us are really thinking about having the vaccine. I just wanted to get, obviously, your opinion, because I know, you know, if you're against the passports, that's just against you basically wanting people to have to get it. I just didn't know maybe
that's their choice. If they want to get vaccinated, right? That's their choice. I'm not going to make a decision.
Some politicians, you know, might say that they're against vaccine passports, but also get the vaccine themselves. And I don't see a disconnect there necessarily, which is, I guess, why I wanted to kind of bring that up with you.
Yeah. I think I don't know. Any more questions? I think that I went through my my.
I think that answers pretty much the questions that we have. I don't know if you have any questions, anything you want to bring up, or we can take questions.
Oh, I'm sure you guys got a few more questions lined up. Dig them up. Come on.
Dig them up. What is your favorite line of suits? You know, brand wise.
Canelli.
Which one? Sorry.
Canelli.
Canelli. And where's this from?
See, I've explained this to your partner there. He used to be in the clothing business.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, and see, the difference is that I don't buy my shit off the rack.
Okay.
Canelli will come to me. It costs more to get it done.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're a man of style, and I like that. You know.
I'm a wop.
I never. You know, that's the thing. I don't know. You keep saying that, and
I'm a wop, right?
But do you want us to call you that, Rob? Because sometimes
go ahead. You know how many people call me a wop? You know how many people call me a wop? I'm proud to be a wop. And you know what? It's not easy to be a wop because you got to be at the best of everything. You have to have the best clothes. But you got your papers, right? Sorry?
I said you got your papers, though.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I was born in Toronto, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, you got your papers.
But people still call me a wop.
Well, you call yourself a wop. You're the only person I've heard call you a wop. So it's like.
Well, hey, why not? I'm proud of it, right?
Well, good. And
there you go.
What about
own that heritage?
Exactly. Going back to freedom of speech, what if someone goes in a park and calls you a wop?
Go ahead. I'll put a smile on my face.
Okay. But what if there's another Italian beside you that's offended by that? Should then the authorities go see them?
That's his problem. You can always tell the size of a man by the size of his problems. Remember that.
That's good. You heard it from Rob Carbone here.
So does that mean, is it inversely proportional? Is it big man, small problems, or is it big man, big problems?
Well, sometimes, you know, it's the way a person ties their shoes. Goes, is that the way you tie your shoes? Well, how big are you to say that?
Yeah, okay.
Right? let it go.
So, yeah. So little man, little problems.
Exactly. And we've had a bit of a conversation now. I know that, again, you've been bonding a little more with Carl, and that's awesome. What do you think about me now? Do you have am I someone you respect a little more now, or
I never disrespected you. I told Carl the only problem I have is you keep bringing up that damn party. Other than that, you're cool.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. But I mean, so you think I'm
what I did? I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I did something that would irritate you because I knew it would irritate you.
Oh, me specifically?
Oh, specifically, yeah, it did, because you took offense to it. Because someone, I think it was one of your friends that said something really stupid. They said that you guys are white supremacists. Remember that?
Who said that?
I don't know. It was someone. I have to go back and check.
I feel like you said that.
And then you mentioned your show, say, "Hey, we're not white supremacists."
But we have
it got a little under your skin, right? But hey.
Was that someone else?
You're joking. Sorry?
Someone else said that? I felt like we saw that from you.
Well, no,
it was told
to me, and then
one of our
said
fans told him that.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know. Well, so I don't know.
I don't know what kind of fans we got, but apparently they're saying we're white supremacists.
But we all know that you're not.
Yeah, I know, and that's the thing.
Far from it.
That's right, and I know that.
Bring up that whole scenario. What do you think about?
I don't have a problem. I mean, I've told Carl, I think your show is great. I just like the way you present yourself. There's a lot of jokes, but it's time to get serious now. Let's become real good anchors, right? Get out there.
Let's get
do
serious.
Some real journalism, right? You know what? You dress this part all the time. Watch what happens. You're gonna grow. And actually, as a matter of fact, watch what happens to your show. It's gonna grow after having me on it.
Well, yeah, and that's one thing. You've said this, and I do not deny it. You've helped out the channel, and just having you here, we're just small little podcast. You're helping us quite a bit, and I thank you. I mean, it's just.
Well, another thing he's done for the channel is he actually put out ads for the channel.
He did that, yeah.
You paid money to actually promote us.
Well, you know what? Let me explain that to you. For some stupid reason, every time I put something on Facebook, it ends up being an ad. I never understood why.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then finally I got to the bottom of it. It's like there's this thing that's automatically, it's a business site, right? It just charges, right? So I'm like, okay, I thought that's the way it is, right? Okay. I don't know.
Well, that helped out.
Yeah, we appreciated it. We noticed that right away, and we thought, hey, that's kind of cool. Like we're having beef.
It is, yeah.
At least he's paying to send us our stuff out, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's cool, right? I mean, hey, you know what? People looked at it, right? And there it is.
I'm just really.
But I want everyone to know that you guys are good people, right? You joke around a lot.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You say sometimes say some stupid shit. We all do, right?
Yep.
But it is what it is. You're in the growing stages of journalism, and I'm telling you, get your shit together. Watch what happens. This is going to be a great show.
That's right, and I appreciate it.
I'm telling you, it's going to be a great show.
I really appreciate it.
You're going to have helped with the foundation of that show, right?
One's optimist, the other one's pessimist, the way you guys work. It's kind of cool.
I'm the pessimist?
I think so.
Okay, whatever.
I think so.
It makes for a great team.
It makes for a great team.
It's a good show because you two you're kind of like on the same page, but almost like different views, but the views end up coming together.
Yeah. I appreciate that. And really, I'm happy that we were able to get to this point here without you having cut our feed. At this point, we went this far, and if you had cut our feed, we wouldn't be here. So I appreciate.
We've had some scares, sometimes our feed goes off when we're going live, and we think, is that CARBONE coming at us?
Yeah.
No, I mean there is a way to shut down someone's YouTube. You know that, right?
Well, yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways.
I don't need to go there, but it can be done.
I know it can be done. It's just we found
even Chris has seen with his own eyes that when someone says something nasty to me, I just press a button and their account gets deleted.
You have a red button like that just vanishes people from the
Bye.
Internet? You've got connections.
Chris have seen it. Bye.
You saw it firsthand? I don't know. Well, again.
He's seen it. He knows what I'm talking about, right, Chris?
He's out there.
I'm sure he's watching tonight.
I'm sure he's watching. He's got a smile on his face.
Yeah.
He's proud of me. He goes, there's my pops. Look at him.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had a great relationship, and we covered this saga, and, like you said, father and son, basically, right? And it was sad to see it come apart the way it did, to be honest.
Well, I want everyone to understand, when you say something to me that's illegal or criminal, you better believe it that I'm going to make sure that you see a judge. You better believe it. Because you know what? If I was to give him some sort of clearance, supremacy, and let him get away with what he says, and my friends and that, who in the hell am I? I'm contradicting myself. I have zero tolerance for shit like this. Zero. And I've said it before. It could be my own biological child. If he says something threatening, not only is he going to deal with the law, but he's going to be dealing with me. So I don't agree with it. I've been victimized when I was a kid. I understand what it's like to be a victim. I mean, I was molested when I was a child by my teacher.
Really?
Yep.
That's like horrible. What if you don't mind?
I was in kindergarten.
Kindergarten.
Yeah, I understand what it's like.
Yeah. That's it's horrible, man.
I understand what it's like to be a WAP when you're a kid and you go to and from school and everyone's got to throw rocks and sticks at your head. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I've been a victim from violence.
So this is where it all comes, yeah. So, I mean...
So I'm against it.
What are your thoughts on Chris's latest statements that, like, Rebel News came out, for example, with, kind of anti-Semitic things, that kind of stuff? What are your thoughts on those kinds of statements that have been coming out from Chris?
I don't know what to say about that. I mean, I think that Chris should have owned up to that post and simply said to everyone, you know what, at that time, that's what I felt, but I'm sorry, I think differently. And that's it. And just leave it at that.
Yeah.
That's it. It's that easy. Like, if I make a mistake, I'm going to say, folks, I make a mistake. I've told you guys, I don't know how to answer. I don't know. We'll deal with it when we get to it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. If I don't know, I'm not going to just pretend to know. It's not going to happen.
It's commendable.
You're just going to get the truth.
That's good.
Yeah, the truth is important.
We went through a few... Yeah, we went through a few other tweets there were a few more tweets, more than what Rebel presented. We went through that, and they're also circulating online. I'm not sure if you've seen them. There's a lot that has...
I've sent Rob some copies of them, actually.
What do you... And so you're saying that he should have said that he doesn't believe in this. So you believe that he's, like, from your interactions with him, that he doesn't think this way anymore, I guess? Like, this is your impression of Chris, is that these are...
No, that side I don't know of.
You don't know?
I have no idea. I know another side of him. I mean...
Oh, okay.
When I first met Chris, I mean, he came to me, obviously, right? And he came here at this place. Great guy, you know what I mean? Full of bubbles, full of life, determined. And he really didn't want to get involved in this movement. But eventually, he aggressively went forward with it. And I told him it's going to get him in trouble. Keep it up. You'll see what happens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and he has. He's been arrested several times.
Yeah, and I mean, you said yourself that this time looks like he's going to jail, right?
Uh-oh. Chris, suck it up. Be a man, do your time, and you'll be fine.
Suck it up.
You know, he made this statement that he's got a good source in the government that I'm working with CSIS and planting stuff in the laptop.
Right.
Yeah.
So are you working with the authorities, Rob? A lot of people want to know. Are you upset?
I'm looking at everybody here that's watching. I'm not working with the authorities on anything.
Now, we have your name here on the stream. You put it as Bones Special Op. That's not like a giveaway?
No, that's what I name my my phone, my laptops. Right?
Bones Special Ops. Is that like
Special Ops?
Is that a nod to something specific? Bones Special Op? Like what is
Bones is Carbone and Special Ops means Special Ops.
Okay, makes sense. Sorry, that's me not making the connection.
No.
Special Ops means guess what? Everything is being recorded. Everything. I mean, I had some idiot that said that he wanted to put a bullet between my head. After the cop made an investigation, he happened to be one of Chris Guy's followers, right? So, did he get arrested?
Chris Guy's not the only one making death threats.
No. I've had lots. I mean, but I had enough. You know what I mean? And I told the officer, okay, thank you for finding out who he is. They think if they use these numbers that are hidden in the internet that you can get, that they can get away with it. No, guess what? I'm going to find you. So is the authority. We're going to find exactly who you are. And we did. And guess what? That guy got arrested.
Now, I know in the early days of our interactions, like not necessarily our actually speaking, but when we first found the Republican Party and we were commenting on your page and we were having a bit of a back and forth, you were under the impression that maybe we sent some of our followers to make death threats to you. And we just want to let you know that's never something that we would advocate for. That's never something that we would have done. We want to make sure that you know that's
you don't have to tell me, because I'm going to tell you right now that my team has looked into it. None of your people have actually death threatened me at all.
Okay.
None.
Yeah. I just want to make sure, because even if it was a fan, you know, we would we would disregard them because that's not something that we would advocate for anyone doing. So
No, I
we are
know
on.
you guys don't advocate. I'm just telling you right now, anybody that's following you has not made a death threat. Yeah, has
I'm
not
happy
made
to
a
know.
death threat. But for Chris, yes. There was this one guy, okay, listen to this, and I don't promote this at all. Somebody made fun of me. He made a threat. He wanted to kill me. This was on Instagram. So this one guy hooked up with him somehow, right here on Bloor Street, just down the street from me, and said, let's hook up. Let's go get CARBONE together. And they met up, right? It was on Instagram for about maybe 10 minutes before he took it down. It was live, and he goes, CARBONE, this is the guy here that said something about you. He started hammering him in the face because he was defending you. So I don't like that kind of shit. I don't want people to beat people up because they're supporting you. I don't support that at all. As a matter of fact, I think that person should be arrested.
Yeah.
I don't agree with violence. 100%. I don't agree with violence. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's defensive, right? That's the only case I would say violence is appropriate.
Well, if you're gonna resort to violence, that just means you're weak and pathetic.
Yep. If you're initiating.
Yeah. It is. You're an idiot.
So we have a question for you from the fans here. One of our longtime fans, Canameme, who makes some memes for us. If you've watched our live show, we put memes up at the start of the show, and there's kind of a Rolodex that goes through it. Some of these memes have you in it, right? Some of them have Chris in it. What are your thoughts on Canameme's memes? Do you think they're good quality? Do you think they're funny?
Oh no, I do think they're funny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
so he wanted to know. He wanted to know what
CARBONE's going in the house.
Yeah.
Right.
You have a good sense of humor. I like that, dude.
Anybody who wants to make fun of me or degrade me online, by all means, go for it. Because I just laugh to it.
I don't think it's meant in a degrading way from him.
But let's just say it was.
If it was.
Let's just say if it was meant that.
Right.
Not saying yours, but there's people that make a lot of videos of me. I find it humorous.
That's awesome.
It's funny shit. I mean, think about it. Someone actually took the time, right, to say, I want to make one of these on CARBONE.
Yeah.
Right? Rather if they want to make me look silly or great, whatever it is, that person who did it actually took the time to make it. So that's the part you got to respect them. That
100%.
They took the time to make it. They were thinking of me.
They were.
Yeah.
All throughout the editing. They
Yeah,
had you in their
hey,
mind.
long editing
thinking
process
of me,
too.
right? That's
Well, I
great
mean, we
shit.
had our ode to this interview, right? We did previously. We had an interview with Rob Carbone up on the channel, but that wasn't obviously not the real Carbone. This was me making kind of an ode to you, right? And I know that you yourself told me that you enjoyed that. You and your friends actually enjoyed the interview.
No,
so I know that you have a great sense of humor.
Yeah,
No, we do. I love it. Keep continuing. I don't care, right? It's great shit, right?
Yeah.
It is what it is, and I've told Carl, I go, your show is your show. I'm not going to tell you how you do your show. I'll respect how you do your show. When I talk to Carl, that's between me and him. We have some good chats, and there's stuff that I said, yeah, go ahead. Put it out there. I don't care. It's fine. I've got nothing to hide. It's kind of like I explained to him why I couldn't come on Friday. He took it face value and he accepted it. But then I took it to another arm's length to show him an email from an attorney that I've also told him, why.
Yeah.
I'm not available for anybody on a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I appreciated that. Like I said to you when you sent it to me, I didn't feel it was absolutely necessary, right? I didn't call you, I don't think you're a liar in terms of, especially when it comes to something personal of that sort. I know that you're going to be truthful with me in that case. So I really don't want.
This is called Colossum. It's
What's
baby
that
goat.
called?
Colossum. Baby goat milk.
Baby goat milk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you use that for a specific reason? Is that?
No, that's there is for Josie's ALS. That's all.
Oh,
Is that good for ALS in general?
It helps.
It helps what?
Okay.
Sorry, you cut out.
It helps her stomach. She's going to be leaving shortly for about 3 months for a new type of therapy. So she needed to get this stuff so that way she can start. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's all.
Interesting. Yeah, I know we covered that you had gone to Mexico, and you actually received a fairly large fine for having gone to Mexico during the lockdowns.
Well, here, I got to explain this, and I told you this. It was a nightmare just to get to Mexico.
Yeah.
We couldn't go through the United States at that point. There's no flights. I had to go to Panama. So this is funny. I get to Panama. I get off the plane. They're going, Carbone. Yes, come with me. I go, for what? Come with me. I go, for what? They go, come with me. Interview. I get there. Josie's in a wheelchair, so I dragged her to the interview. She had to stay outside. And this little Panama guy looked at me and he says, I don't like you and I don't like Trump. Out of my country.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, what? Are you serious? So they detained me, fingerprinted me, and had me leave Panama and tell me not to come back. Unbelievable. Really? Yeah. The guy
this is because of your political affiliations.
Yeah, the guy had the audacity to say that to me.
So he knew the Republican Party down in Panama then?
Well, because he checked me out.
Okay.
You're the leader. I don't like you. I don't like Trump. I told him, I said, one of these days, Trump and I will come down here and visit you.
Now, do you know Trump? Have you met him? We know there's a photo going around of you and Trump, but I don't think that was an actual side-by-side, right?
No, that's not a side-by-side. That's just a picture of me, Trump, together.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I figured.
Okay, let me put it to you this way. Going forward, you're going to see pictures of me and Trump.
Okay. Yeah. I was just wondering, have you met him before, or if he, expressed any kind of support for your party or anything like that?
I met Trump before he was a president a long time ago.
Okay. Yeah, when he was just a businessman.
Correct.
Interesting.
Now we have a question from one of our chatters here. He says his name is Race to the Bottom 2. He says, "Hey Rob, is Chris still allowed at your place?"
He has got a court order not to come near me, 500 meters or 1,500 meters or something like that. So the answer is,
yeah, I guess by law, no.
Not legally even allowed.
In fact, apparently his vehicle was just like one block over. There was him, that guy in the video I just sent you, that sign down.
Yeah, Ali. Is that his name? The guy we met him yesterday, right? Was it Ali?
Yeah. I don't know who he is. He's 30. Now, rather if there's anything to that or not, I don't know.
Okay.
So if there wasn't this order for him to stay away from you, though, would you still accept him in your place?
Not until he's dealt with the law.
Okay.
Fair
enough.
Yeah.
There's another thing that we got to discuss, because Chris said that he's got some evidence of me talking to Kevin Johnson. Okay. Now, I had a conversation with Kevin Johnson. It was a nice conversation. He wanted to hear my side of the story. When he started his show, Chris, I want you to listen to this, because the evidence you have is nothing but horseshit. He said that I had Johnson said he had a conversation with me saying that I said that Chris doesn't oppose to any threat whatsoever.
Right.
Which it's not even true. We never even had that conversation. And I showed you, Carl.
Right. You did show me that you spoke to Kevin about that. But you also sent me the clip of Kevin saying that. So he did say that. But you're just saying that you guys hadn't discussed.
Yeah, I just haven't gotten around to showing you the entire conversation that I had with him.
Right. Yeah. But you did show me a clip of you addressing it with him and a text message that you sent him saying, like, hey, why would you say this? I never said this.
I never said that in that clip. I've never said that. That's on the record. I never said that. So, Chris, that shit that you're going to give your lawyer means nothing, because, again, I have a full recording of me and Kevin from start to end, and that never took place. So if his lawyer wants to use that, by all means, go ahead. I'll make sure that the prosecutor gets the full story. I keep emphasizing this, folks. when you talk to me, everything is recorded. I just push the little button. Everything's recorded.
Yep.
I don't know how more I can say than that. I do that to protect myself.
I think that's smart.
So shit like this that are made up, I've actually got the facts. So Chris, that theory is bullshit. Again, it never existed. I never once said that. What he said on the show.
Right.
Did not say it.
Yeah, so it's just hearsay, and it's basically something that Kevin, I guess, had misunderstood from what you were saying. Is that right?
I don't know if you misunderstood it. I told him very clear. I said, Kevin, I never said that. You know that. And he says, well, there was something. He mentioned something, but had nothing to do with that.
Right.
He kind of brushed it off, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah, I did
Kevin
hear
said,
that.
You got good reviews. I'm going, good reviews? What are you talking about? Again, it was recorded.
Right.
Everything that Chris has ever said to me has been recorded. Everything, Chris. He should know that. He said some really fucked up shit. Sorry to say. I mean,
yeah,
if I
and
was
we
to
have
put up
we've covered
a library out of everything this kid has ever said, he wouldn't look too good. He's bleeding out right now. He would bleed out dead if I put this stuff out. Not physically dead, but people will look at him and say, what an idiot.
Yeah, you're talking about like his fan base is bleeding out.
Yeah, they're bleeding out.
Yeah.
After COVID's over, what's he got? The Chris Geico? What's he got? Selling his lipstick? What's he got? Chapstick or whatever the hell he's selling. What's he got? His book?
Yeah, well, actually, he gave us his, we were at the event yesterday. He gave us his book to read. So
he gave me the book so that way you could promote it. That's the way Chris thinks. My suggestion, I wouldn't promote it if I was you, because you know what? The majority of Canada doesn't like the guy. You're going to promote this stuff, you're going to go nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm telling you straight.
Yeah, I'll probably give it a read, but like I said, I don't think that's something that, except for the fact that, obviously we did promote it when he was on here, but other than that.
I've had so many people text me and saying, oh, your son's book is bullshit. There's so many spelling errors.
Oh, really?
Okay, so what about the spelling errors? That you understand what he's trying to do? Who cares, right? But the book itself, I've never read it. I have no idea.
He says it's basically like just text of his speeches and the stuff he says at interviews. So it's just kind of a book with just the stuff he says. I'm sure we're going to start reading it, and it's just the same thing he's been talking about on our podcasts and on the show.
Probably very similar to what we heard him say last night.
Take off your mask, open up your business, just say no, take off your mask, open
United
up your
non-compliance.
That's all it is. There's nothing really good about it.
Yeah.
No. Remember, he's going to be the Minister of Finance, right? Jesus.
For the Republican Party, right?
That's right. He's going to do a good job with all that finance experience. By the way, Rob, we're still. I know we've been a little bit of a nuisance, but we've been banned from your Facebook page. Is that your admins doing all of that?
No, I did that.
Oh. Can
you're being too negative?
I tell the truth. I did it.
Good stuff. Because I know that your admins give you a hard time sometimes.
I'm tired of some stuff that I read as negative and negative. Bye-bye. But I'll put you back.
That was us? That we were being too negative for you?
There was something that was said. It was negative. I said, okay, I'm done with these guys.
Okay.
That makes sense. It's your page after all.
I'm going to be honest with you. It was me.
Yeah. Good. I mean,
yeah. Because we did see that you had a post that said you fired all your admins.
Yeah. I know. They were driving me.
Because you were having some trouble with them.
I don't understand why in the hell are they responding to people?
Yeah, it's not their, you gave them a job to just...
Well, we noticed that too, right?
Hold on.
When we first started to engage with you, that the Republican Party page did engage with us. Did Chris give you that?
Chris gave me that.
That's awesome. Best
ever. I still use it, believe it or not.
It's a good mug. It looks like a good mug.
On today's show, we're going to go with this one.
Yeah, the one with Trump kicking...
I like that one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's you and Trump kicking Trudeau out, right?
Look at this. I pulled that out of the dishwasher right there, see?
You use it. That's usable.
So that means I've used it, right?
Yeah.
He appreciates the gift, Chris, is what he's saying. You may be in trouble with the law, but Rob still has, he still likes
And Rob has said that, your bond, as long as you serve your time, you're going to be accepted with open arms back. So.
Yeah, that's awesome. Rob has a big heart like that.
What we got to do what's right. That's it.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I think people deserve, we've talked about this before. I think people who serve their time do deserve another chance in society, right?
And that's another thing, though. I'm really strong on this. If someone goes to prison and they serve their time, do not bash them after when they get out. I have a problem with that person if they did. They serve their time. Period.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, and then it's clean. It should be a clean slate.
You can't hold it against them.
Yeah, then now they got a clean slate, right? Yeah, like Jam said, they've paid their due.
No, I don't want to sound like a hypocrite, but there's certain crimes that I just can't really, forgive.
Well, yeah,
you can't forgive?
Like rape, murder.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
stuff like that.
We've talked about that too.
A whole different level of Jerry Springer. That's hard for me.
That's right.
Where do you put like drug crimes, that kind of stuff? Where would you put that on the list? Is that forgivable, unforgivable?
Well, if we're talking about selling a couple of grams, I mean, that's no big deal. But if we're talking about being a big distributor,
yeah.
Okay, now
or just personal use. What are your thoughts on personal use? Do you think that should be criminalized still? I know there's a big move to make it decriminalized.
Okay, personal use. When it comes to marijuana, Trudeau wanted this to pass. He got his way. Go for it.
But I was just thinking a lot of people want to decriminalize the use of even opiates and this kind of stuff. What are your thoughts on that?
Opium?
Like heroin, that kind of stuff. Like they want to make it non-criminal.
Listen to that question.
You.
But listen to that question. Opium?
Opiates, yeah.
Heroin? Cocaine?
Yeah.
Everyone should be locked up.
A lot of people want those things to be non-criminal for the user. What do you think about that?
They should be locked up for even thinking that.
For even thinking that, okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You're talking about a serious drug that does a lot of harm, eh? Including the person that's taking it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're just...
I don't believe in that.
And...
we have a fan here asking, how do you feel about safe injection sites, like in BC, where you can go and get like a place where you can inject your drugs safely with clean needles? What do you think about like something like that?
No, this is a topic that I'm gonna get irritated. Okay, I don't agree with any of that stuff.
Okay, I was just wondering, these are systems we currently have in place. Is this something you would plan on doing away with?
I don't agree with any of that stuff. PCP, angel dust, heroin, cocaine.
Oh, yeah.
Stop. That shit's got to stop.
So do you think that it's better to criminalize it to make it stop? Because there are countries, for example, like Portugal, who have decriminalized it and saw use go down.
You want the use to go down? Make sure it doesn't get on the streets and clean everybody up, and that's it. It's over.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Oh yeah, it's bad. No,
a lot of families get hurt by this. Loved ones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. When
they need to be detoxed. That's it. Period.
Yeah, well, I think the argument is more so like when we're talking about the users, it's a lot of people describe it as a disease rather than something that's maliciously done or so for the.
What? It's categorized under mental health technically because they all need help. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And so
I'm a big advocate for mental health.
Yeah.
So the question is, should you make criminals out of these people? Right. That's where people, I guess, get. Obviously the traffickers, the people who are selling huge amounts of this stuff, they're killing people and they're ruining families, right? But the user, it seems more like it's like a personal issue and that, maybe criminalizing it will actually make it more difficult for them to get help because a lot of people, you tell them you're a criminal, but they don't want to walk into some place and say, hey, I'm a criminal,
By having these centers and actually feeding them what they need, you're making things worse for them.
Well, in some cases, some people might say that without giving them a safe place to do what they want, maybe within those safe injection sites, you might have some help to, wean off, and maybe some psychological help. But
That's not
rather,
going to happen.
okay, but rather than the only places these people can inject or buy is with these sketchy drug dealers, and that might not be even, it might not be helping, I guess, is what the
Well, in
argument
a lot
would
of
be.
cases, they don't even get the drugs that they're trying to buy. They get
That's true.
something else, and it ends up killing them.
Yeah. Or they can kill somebody else.
That's right. And Karen Belanger, though, she's a regular viewer, and she agrees
Regular
with
viewer.
you. She says Rob is right, and yes, I would never be on the street. So we're just talking back and forth, but Karen seems to agree with you. Welcome to the chat, Karen. But yeah, it's just it's fun to talk about these things. Me and Carl and I just we disagree on some things, and we like to just bounce some ideas around. So you said these are topics that angers you, but I don't want to push you too far. But we just find it fun.
No, it's just when it comes to drugs like that, I get irritated. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because there's a way to handle it, and if they're having these centers where they call them safe injections, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
You're just keeping the addiction going.
Okay. Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. Why carry on that addiction? Why not actually get them help?
Well, definitely. I think whoever's, in my opinion,
that's not help.
They definitely need help.
That's not help.
Yeah. Yeah, they need help, and so I think that's what most people, within this argument, everybody wants to help. It's just how, and then people think that the safe injections is help. But
okay, another issue that's being brought up by one of our chatters here is, what are your thoughts on Indigenous relations? So our First Nations people, that kind of stuff.
No point. They ever get screwed, eh?
Yeah, right.
Wow. I mean, the chief for the Indigenous there. I mean, take a look at what he owns. He owns a power plant. I mean, where's this money going? Trudeau gives the money, right? Our government gives the money, and this guy doesn't give it to his people.
Right, yeah. Well, we've often described this system. It's kind of like they have a small, corrupt government at the head that's being funded by our government rather than the people being helped directly, right?
Yeah, being funded by taxpayers' money, and guess what? They don't get it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's something wrong there, right?
Yep.
For sure. So what would your solution be, or what kind of system would you want to bring in?
Well, first of all, we get rid of all the chiefs so they can stop taking this money and actually give it to the people that need it. I mean, to hand them, let's say, 10 million at a time, 5 million, 1 million is wrong. Whatever they need.
So you're saying
whatever they need. Don't give them the physical money. Don't give the physical money. Give what they actually need.
So you're saying work with in the region to build projects or something of that sort, like kind of try to help them more directly than giving them just dollars, just throwing dollars at them.
Right. Whatever they need, clothing, medication, whatever
Water.
they need. Water, schooling, like actually.
A lot of the places up north, we've talked about this, a lot of the places up north, huge problem getting food, right?
Yeah.
That's another thing, yes.
So
it's unfair what's happened to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's another topic.
And our government's the one that's done it, right? Pretty much. So I guess.
Our government hands the money to the chief. The chief distributes it the way he wants.
Yeah.
Our government should understand that, saying, why are these guys still suffering if we're giving them this large amount of money? How are they still suffering? They're not stupid, our government. They know how much money they got to give, okay? They should look at it this way and say, okay, we're handing this money, and yet they're not getting help. So they should just cut off the resources that they're giving them, redirect it in a different way, so that way the people actually get the money. But unfortunately, Trudeau's cabinet is not that bright.
No.
Nope. Well, this is why certain things that you've mentioned, like your Minister of Finance is going to need special licensing, right? These are things that Trudeau doesn't implement, right? His cabinet is full of people who aren't qualified.
No, but I've said this publicly. I said the government likes to hire stupid people. I'm not insulting people. I'm just saying I merely say that because my sister works for the government and she's not that bright. So I know. She's a good kid. You understand?
Yeah.
But she's just not that bright. So you can give a job to someone like that and say, here you go. And she just, bubbles and, okay, I'm going to do what's written on the script. But somebody that has some sort of form of education wouldn't take that job because they're going to say, no, I'm not going to take this job. I mean, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
I'm not saying everyone's stupid. I just know for a fact there's one in my family that works for the government. She's not so bright. So
that's funny that you said that.
Yeah, we've covered that. There's a lot of health ministers and the finance ministers. They got nothing.
Again, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's why I have a lot of respect for that.
I have a brother. I mean, he's gay, right? All the power to him. That's what he likes. That's what he believes. I respect it.
And so you would respect LGBTQ rights amongst Canadians then, right? That's something that...
You know what? By all means, do what you want. You know, be who you want. You know? I mean, I tell people there's three theories. There's political, my personal feelings, and God when it comes to gay, right? Politics, it seems like they want support and voters. So they'll jump in the front line saying, we support you. Really, they don't really support them, but we support you to get the votes. God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, right? And my personal opinion, I think a man should sleep with a woman. But if he wants to sleep with a man, that's his choice. I'm not going to hate him for it. I won't. That's his choice because he has a choice.
And you don't think that obviously you don't think the law should be involved in any of this kind of stuff?
No. I don't think the law should be involved at all.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, some people tell me about abortions, right? That's a tough one too, right? I follow God's path, and I don't believe in that we should have abortions, but I don't like to also bring it into my platform as well. I think that if you want an abortion, you pay for it, not taxpayers.
Right. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. So you wouldn't make them illegal or anything.
I don't support it whatsoever.
But you're not going to make abortion illegal.
Sorry?
You wouldn't make abortion illegal, though.
No, not illegal. That person has to live with their choices. They got to think twice, though. If you're going to get an abortion, why not just say, okay, you know what? I'm going to carry this term out and give this child to a family that needs it. You don't have to get rid of a dying baby. That's stupid. I'm against that.
But you think people should have the right to do it if they chose? They just would be the ones to pay for it, right?
I think if you want an abortion, you got to pay for it. Don't come for taxpayers' money to pay. Period.
Okay. So we have a question in the chat here just about another one of your policies, just to touch on it. This is more, I guess, like a military foreign policy kind of thing. We know you want to build up the military. Is that to be used more with like some of our partners like NATO? Right now they're saying we have assets. We currently have some military assets on the Russian border in the Baltics. This is apparently getting no media coverage. What are your thoughts on us being on the Russian border, or maybe building up the Canadian military to use these assets, in a foreign perspective, more along the lines of the U.S., I guess?
We got a pathetic military. We really do. I mean, can we defend ourselves if Russia or China came after us, or North Korea? Absolutely not.
No.
Canada depends on United States for defense, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's an article that NORAD, our lieutenant general at that time, had this stupid look on his face when the United States says, we're not going to defend you. You're on your own. That being said, our borders are open, folks. Russia can come in and take us over. China can come over and take us over. We don't have a military to defend our nation. We don't. I know a lot of guys in there. From airspace to ground. I know a lot of guys, and they're like, we suck.
So that's more like building up, I guess, the defensive military, but would you want to use that military abroad? Would you want to, for example, put troops on the Russian border?
Well, I would probably do it exactly the same way the U.S. does it.
Okay. So you would want to engage more in foreign affairs along the lines of the way the U.S. has been doing it?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I think the United States and Canada should line up as one when it comes to this. Because Russia
would be a threat to us, is the way I guess you see it, right?
I don't believe for 1 second that Putin is a threat. I don't believe that.
You don't think Putin's a threat?
Hell no. No.
Okay. What about
China?
G?
Yeah.
Probably.
China, yeah. Is that,
China, yeah.
Do you think that's our biggest threat for Canada?
China, yeah.
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 And what is there anything you would do there again, militarily, or for like what would be how would you deal with China and how they're kind of screwing with Canada?
Again, I got to get in the hill to find out what's happening.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Same here. That's why I asked the way I asked it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what agreements that Trudeau made with China. It sounds like he's probably made a deal with them.
Well, there's been plenty of deals signed. We know that even Harper, for example, signed deals with China to have Chinese military in Canada getting training. So their military actually up until very recently was here being trained.
I don't know if there's any truth to that.
We have reports that there were.
I get that, but no one has anyone physically seen these guys actually here.
I personally haven't. A lot of people have seen videos of them in BC, out in BC, operating.
What they've seen, there was militaries out there. That wasn't a military. There was an actual movie being made, okay, and it was all these Chinese women in military suits. Someone got murdered, so the film stopped. But that's what people were seeing. So they're thinking, okay, China's brought military people in here. That's not true. As a matter of fact, I know the director.
Because they were supposed to. There were agreements made between us and China for us to provide them their military with cold weather training. That was actually an agreement we made. So.
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, obviously, that'd be something that you'd be against, though, if it was true, right? You wouldn't be training Chinese military.
No, hell no. Nobody. Out. That's BS. I mean, you know it. There's no way that's going to happen.
Carbone, do you have any questions for us? Is there anything that you want to bring up here, or is there anything that you want us to talk about while we got you?
I'm in no rush to go, unless you are.
We're not in a rush. We're just wondering if you've got anything specific maybe that you want to bring up while we're here.
No,
this
is your show. I want you to drill me.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we've asked pretty much. I'm thinking of anything else that we've asked, but you've been so open that you've answered questions that we didn't even ask yet. So you've gone through our stuff. Anybody in the chat that still has questions? Canameme seems to want. He's answered about the I think the Chinese military stuff. He says it's true.
Well, if we're sticking to foreign policy, we can ask, what are your thoughts on something like globalism, like the international, the growing power of groups like the UN, for example?
Well, I don't support the UN. As far as I'm concerned, they can get out of our country.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we think the same way. So you would say that we should not cooperate with the UN so much, or?
You know what?
I know Trudeau was spending a whole lot of taxpayers' money to try to get a seat at the UN, and he failed. But he spent a bunch of our money trying to do it.
The only thing that Trudeau hasn't failed was to make sure that everyone gets marijuana legitimately, and to make sure that everyone gets vaccine. That's the two things for him. So he started.
Well, even the vaccine, he kind of buckled that a little bit, right?
You know what? He won on that one.
In the end, yeah, but he slowed us down.
About 75% of the nation has been vaccinated, so the government's content, and we got about 35% that took the second jab. So they're content. They hit their target. So Chris Guy's movement and everyone else, it didn't work. It failed. They're going to keep the economy open. It's over, guys. Move on.
Yeah, so like I think today, or it might have been yesterday, we just surpassed the U.S. in terms of vaccinated proportions.
For man to man, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, in terms of the proportion.
Well, this country has failed miserably how to handle it. And it is what it is. It's too late. What's done is done. Let's move forward. Now they're giving us an opportunity to enjoy our country. Stores are opening up. If there's any rules, folks, just follow it. Whatever it is, it is. And if you want this to stop completely, stop voting parliamentary. Go Republican. Because we'll put an end to it.
That's right.
It's that easy.
And
it's that simple.
Yeah.
There are rules. We got to follow them, right?
Yeah. So oh no, I forgot my question there. After all that.
So well, okay. Let me go in with something here. You spoke about the difference between parliamentary and Republican. There are places that have both, like a parliamentary republic. What kind of system does CARBONE envision? Do you want us to split from the crown and become a republic? Do you and then disassemble the parliament? Is that the idea?
Well, the idea is to break away from, the monarchy completely.
Right.
That's it. I mean, they became celebrities now. Let them enjoy that one. What have they actually done for us? I mean, the monarchy has made it also clear that they will not defend us if we went to war. So why do we need them? Why we attach them by the hip? Yeah, Monarchy has made that claim, and so has England. So we're on our own, folks. Our borders are open, folks. We can have anybody attack our country, and there's nothing that we can do about it. Nothing. And it's slowly being attacked by the Chinese. Whether if it's buying up businesses or whatever it may be, they're coming in here. They're coming in hard.
Okay. So do you?
Remember, I'm not saying.
Have you noticed this?
I'm not saying Chinese are bad people. That's not what I'm stating. Just on the record, I'm just saying that they're basically coming in and taking over. They've destroyed our healthcare system. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Now, Rob, we have a fan here who knows, based on your position as a billionaire, he's asking, have you ever met any of the large families that we hear about? The Soroses, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Kochs? Are these people that you run with?
No, not even close. Never will.
No? No, do you know about these people? Do you know what kind of circles they run in? Do you just avoid them, or is this?
I want nothing to do with them.
Okay.
They have a bad name, right? So why be associated with something like that?
Yeah.
Have you had any?
Makes no sense to me.
Have you had any run-ins with Antifa online or even in person? Like, are you a target of Antifa?
I don't know. I've never had any run-ins or deltas with them.
No, okay.
I haven't had someone say, "I'm from Antifa. I want to kill you." That hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
Nobody's
happens,
after you yet.
No one's after you.
Well, not from Antifa.
I've heard about it. You know what I mean? I've heard about Antifa.
Yeah.
I've heard about the Q. I've heard about them. Where are they? Why don't you guys come out?
Yeah. Well,
present yourself. Just come out and just say, "I'm the leader of that group." Come on out. What are you hiding for?
That's their point. Is it's not necessarily a leader; it's a movement. That's how they get away with
whatever.
Not being.
They're an ideology, Carbone. Yeah. They're not a movement.
Yeah.
Just come on out. Hey, who are you?
Yeah, well, Chris Sky, again, going back to him, he had this little spat with, I don't remember the name, but he was supposed to have a debate / interview with someone. And
Kareem Assad.
Okay, Kareem Assad. And it was canceled. Because there was such a commotion. I don't know if you saw that. Antifa came out and they were harassing him, and they didn't want the event to happen. So, you would know. If they were not happy with you and confronting you, you would know. They would.
Yeah, I never had any problems with any of these people.
Oh.
Yeah,
it hasn't happened, and probably for good reason why they don't want to have a quarrel with me. I will lock them up.
Yeah, they know they don't want to mess with you.
Go for it. No. You don't have to say it like that. We'll say it this way. Go for it. We'll watch what happens.
Okay.
So, Rob, I want your opinion on things like we have somebody asking in the chat here. What about the aggressive funding of the media that Trudeau's been doing? He's paid off the media quite a bit, sent them $600 and something million.
I have never actually seen. I've never seen that. I've never seen that. There's no evidence to it that I know of. But if that's true,
well, he's using taxpayers' dollars to send the media money.
Everything's taxpayers' dollars. We know that, right? But there's no media that wants to come forward and say, yes, it's true, right? Nobody wants to own up to that. We hear a lot of the stuff. We hear a lot of stuff that Trudeau does.
Who's like directly known to be a state media, right?
I guess. It's Trudeau. I mean, I don't know what to say about this guy. I don't know what to say about him. I mean,
so what about something like the CBC? Would you fund the CBC? Would you want to defund the CBC? Do you think that we need a government media group?
I don't think the government should be involved with the media. I think the media should just keep doing their stuff without funding them. Why should we pay them to script what we want them to say, to follow one side all the time, right? It makes no sense to me. Right? Let the media be the media. There used to be some really good journalism at one time. Now it's all about, I noticed that no one even listens to O'Toole or Maxime Bernier, anybody on the right side, they don't want to listen to. They don't even have any interviews with them. But when it comes to the left, my God, they're all over it. So there's a reason for that. Why is that? Like, why is the media going towards the left? Well, maybe these rumors that Trudeau has paid them, that's the reason why. Or maybe they're just all radical lefts. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But, if the media wants to make some money, come on the right side.
Yeah, you said that on Kevin Johnson's show, so I guess that's what you're saying. If they want to take a side, they may as well take a.
You want to diversify your income? Come on this side, media. Let's do it.
But you wouldn't use taxpayers' dollars to fund it. You'd be using CARBONE dollars, right?
Well, why not?
Yeah, well, that's the
more. I would never use taxpayers' money for stupid.
Okay.
Sorry, that's not going to happen.
That's true. What's your opinion on Bill C10 and C36 with all this internet censorship? You could get censored after all.
There's a lot of stuff in there. What are we talking about?
So this is about the more so about internet censorship, more about like controlling people who and what they say online. Like this is something that could affect you and your party, right?
Well, okay, that's just Trudeau crying, okay? Because I guess he's emotional if someone says he's an idiot. But I don't think it should be censored.
Okay.
Say what you want. Freedom of speech.
Yeah. But this goes back to that conversation we had, right? Because you also said that if something rude,
like I said, consequences. Say what you want.
Okay. So yeah, so that argument I understand for sure that there are consequences to the things you say. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. There is.
But
yeah, but no legal consequences.
As in Bill, it also applies that anybody, and I mean anybody, could be arrested, and you're guaranteed to have bail, even for murder.
Well, does the severity of your crime gear how much you pay for bail, Rob? We had Chris on, and he talked to us a little bit about how about his bail, right?
Yep.
And he said that it was set at $5,000 because the crime, there was not a lot of evidence presented, and if there was a lot of evidence, that the bail would have been way higher. Is that your understanding of bail?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with it. That's just him talking to make it sound like he didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, so that was him lying.
He doesn't understand a damn thing he's talking about. That has nothing to do with it. There's a guy that one of the officers told me that they released somebody on murder, and his bail was $2,500. $2,500. That was a murder, and Chris is $5,000. So I guess Chris is worse, right?
Yeah, double murder.
Double murder.
Like, I mean, it has nothing to do. I mean, today the average bail is $500, $500, $500, $500. That's what it is. And if you keep going in there as a repeat offender, it goes up a bit. It goes up a bit. Chris has been charged several times, so it goes up. But to say that his bail was going to be $200,000-$300,000, no, that ain't gonna
bringing up these high amounts of money, what about, there was a talk about like $2 million or something like that, like a deal that was being made with John. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, you saw John's email, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And wait till you hear what his wife has to say, his girlfriend. It's the complete opposite of what Chris was saying. The complete opposite.
So there was no $2 million deal in the works or anything like that, though, right?
No. I think that at first Doug Force came up with this solution that we have to attack provincial Doug Ford. Okay, let's attack Doug Ford. So John goes, "What the hell are we attacking provincial for? We're federal. It makes no sense, guys. Come with something that's federal. Bring me something federal, right?" So, you know, there's no point attacking Doug. Doug's provincial. And they told me that's probably going to cost about $5 million to get it done. Could be between $2 to $5 million. Maybe that's what he was referring.
Okay.
To get that process started. Because they were supposed to sue him in so many different ways. I don't see any reason.
But that wasn't something that you were moving forward with at all, is what you're saying?
Oh no, I'm a guy tight with money. You don't see any money until I see something real. It ain't gonna happen. It's hard to squeeze a dime out of me, and it's got to go through legal to look at it too, right?
Yeah.
But so then they came up with this other idea. Wait, they write a proposal. Something about getting all the provinces to agree to go Republican, right? So Doug Force had this genius idea. Would it work? No. Did he write anything? No. Ever since this whole Chris guy, stuff that got to do with money and all that stuff, it didn't work out. So Doug kind of pulled away from all of this. Chris's guy pulled away from all of this stuff. He didn't want to get himself involved or wrapped up with it.
Now this is the team, I guess, the campaign team that was.
Yeah, Chris's Doug Force came in later. The campaign team that Chris is talking about, and I mean, let's just face it. It's Chris, Kellyanne, Kellyanne's boyfriend at the time, and then Doug Force came into it later with a few other guys that we had a Zoom call, something that they were going to propose, which never amended to anything. Nothing. And I sent you that email. You saw it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So none of these people responded except for Kellyanne's ex. And he wants to stay away from all of this because he's been right on from day one that this movement is not going to work. It didn't work.
And as you say, I mean, it looks like it's coming to an end, right? It looks like
we're there.
Like the lockdowns are going away, and I mean, nobody would have a need really for the movement at this point.
No, I mean, the movement's it'll be. I mean, they may try to say it's because of us. That's why. That's not why. The reason why is the injections, folks. They got the percentage that they want. Everything's going to open up. We're good to go.
Now, the event we were at yesterday, Chris told the crowd that if he somehow figured out that there were I think he said 1 million Canadians supporting him, that then he would run for he would try to build a party or something of that sort.
No, he can't, because of the mere factor of the stuff that he's been charged with. Chris doesn't understand this, how politics work. Elections Canada will shut him down faster than his head would spin. It's not going to happen. He can have 2 million people follow him. It ain't going to happen. It's just, he will never get it registered. They will never accept him. You got to be squeaky clean for Elections Canada to say, okay, you can go forward by registering your party.
So then you're squeaky clean, right?
I've got permission to go forward.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And if they found something trashy or dirty like I was talked about, guys, I wouldn't be able to have this conversation with you right now.
Right. So what are your moves now moving forward? How are you trying to get the party registered right now?
Well, right now, because John passed away, I know he's done a lot of stuff, so I just have to get to the bottom of what's been done, right? Okay. I don't know. I mean, that was John's thing. And John did say to me, guys, folks, listen to me. He said, look, I'm only going to get involved as the frontliner of campaign manager, one of many, as a matter of fact, once the party is registered. Once it's registered, to get him on board full time requires, for me, we go in a contract that I pay him a salary. Now, in order for me to pay him a salary, the party has to be registered.
Right.
So until then, John wasn't going to take any monies because it's illegal.
And that's the same for anybody else who was on this alleged campaign team, that nobody else was expecting money from the party or anything.
Well, you cannot take a dime until the party is registered, because they got to see, you have to be transparent, right? All the donations that you collect. Well, speaking about donations, didn't Chris say that I was taking donations?
Yes.
I was taking donations?
Yeah, that is something he mentioned in an interview he did for us.
Somebody
Not the one he
who's
did with
watching
us,
this
but the one
show,
he did with our correspondent.
Yeah, can someone who's watching the show please show that I took your donations and give it to Carl? Can someone do that?
Yeah, if anybody's got that evidence, we'd love to see it.
Yeah, because so do I.
I
want to see it too.
Chris didn't present anything. He said he actually admitted when we had him on the show, when I kind of pinned him on it a little bit more, he said, wow, I don't exactly know that he's taking donations. So he was just, this is obviously just conjecture, right? Just something that
he said I did.
Yeah, he said that originally. Yeah. And then
there's a lot of things that he says.
Yeah.
And he says he's got all this evidence and never came forward with anything. And he said he's got this evidence.
Anything that
he's got a government official that's telling him I'm working with CSIS. CSIS will verify I'm not working with them. I'm not working with anybody. I'm not going on a laptop. Okay? I'm not doing anything. As a matter of fact, talking about laptops, I got to do this now because I've had enough with this laptop, Chris. This is what I really think about your laptop. Okay. Here's the damn laptop. Okay. Here's a rock.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Here's a rock. Can you guys see the laptop?
Yeah, we can see the laptop. What's he gonna do? No!
Look, let's hit the screen while we're at it.
Let's do it. Oh! Yeah.
Hey, Chris, this is what I think of the laptop. It's right here.
Oh no.
So that's definitely not being used for evidence
As a
anywhere.
matter of fact, let's bring it into the light. There it is.
Let's do it. Yeah, it doesn't look very usable now.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna accept that one as evidence.
The Geek Squad
it's
might
okay.
be.
What's inside is the hard drive, but that's what I think of the laptop.
There we go.
I had enough of this stupid laptop theory that he has. Grow up, Chris.
Chris, you heard it, or you saw it here first. He doesn't give a damn about the laptop you keep bringing up.
No.
Well, I'm using it to me and some people from wherever I'm working with that were planting evidence in there. Chris, you're an idiot to even say that statement. You're a child. Grow up. There's the laptop theory, folks.
The laptop theory. Debunked. Completely debunked. Right on the Chance of Flurry show.
Hey.
There you go. We got an exclusive for you.
Yeah, here you go. There's your laptop.
Hopefully there wasn't actually some important files on there, but you say there was nothing. There's nothing, actually.
There's nothing.
You aren't keeping like any specific records
There's
that you
nothing.
need.
As a matter of fact, I'm gonna take it to a guy that's actually went through that damn thing right now. Hey, you sitting on the couch, you went through that laptop. What did you find on there?
How are you, man?
Yo, what's up, bro?
Hey.
There was absolutely fuck all nothing on that laptop.
Fuck all on the laptop. All right, confirmed by 2 sources today.
I mean, at this point, it's been smashed up. So
yeah, it was nice to see you, bro. Nice to meet you.
Well, there was nothing on there, so you know what? It is what it is. I mean, I think he's a clown to be doing what he does.
That's Chris, you mean?
Hold on. Let's go on record. This is one of Chris's good dear friends right here. Sit on my couch, right there.
Betrayed.
And guess what? He hangs out with Chris's father, Art. They have coffees in the morning.
Yeah, I can confirm that. I can confirm that one.
And Art has said to him that you're the best friend that my son has ever had. I wish all his friends were like you.
Yeah, I can confirm that. But I mean, in the end, I think he's just made terrible decisions. I don't think he's a horrible person, but I think he's just made bad choices.
Yeah, we tend to agree there.
Yeah, for sure. We'll agree that he's made a lot of bad choices, yeah.
Yeah, and just, you know, I don't know if it's the publicity, the fame's gone to his head, but he's changed as a human being. He's more, you know, I think he's just more arrogant and cocky, in my opinion.
Than when you first met him, you mean?
Yeah. He was, when I first met him, the guy was like one of us. Now he thinks, I don't know what he thinks, to be honest.
Well, he's on another level anyway.
Yeah, but I feel like karma's going to bite him in the ass somehow, somewhere, because in the end, I know Rob's done a lot for him, and he's going to regret it. In the end, he's going to come running back, apologize. I got that feeling.
And it's going to be too late.
Well, he's turned on everybody who tried to help him, basically, right? I mean, as Rob said, Max Bernier worked with him, you know, and Rebel News worked with him, and all these people are getting attacked by Chris at this point. So
I couldn't believe what he did on David Menzies' show, but that was horrible. Like, who do you think you are talking to the guy that way? That was horrible. I'm surprised that Chris is not getting a lot of hate for that, because what he said about the Holocaust and everything, it was disgusting.
Yeah, but not only is it disgusting, many years ago, when people spoke that way, they get charged and arrested. You know that, right?
Yep.
Hey, Chris, remember I said this. They get charged and arrested. Don't be surprised if you get shackled up again.
Well, for saying this specifically, I don't know if he's going to get shackled up for denying a Holocaust.
Don't be surprised. Is there
Wow.
anything else you want to say?
I know if he lived in Germany, he would definitely.
Yeah, but, okay, I can confirm that his father told me, this is where I call him a liar. His father confirmed that Chris has never been to Germany.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So that's where I got ticked off, and I go, why are you lying to millions of Canadians when you're supposed people? This is where I get upset is Canadians look up to you. Yeah, exactly. They trusted you. Now you're, you know, now you're giving them false statements, and it doesn't look good, does it?
Yeah.
And people that know you know the truth are gonna go against you, right? And I happen to know the truth. I just don't have a big platform, and I figure, you know what, I'm not gonna bother. Karma's just gonna bite him in the ass.
Yeah, that's life, man.
Yeah.
And guess what, Chris? There's no records of you entering into Germany with your passport unless you snuck in there.
I snuck in there. Wow.
Man.
Yeah, guys, honestly, it was nice meeting you, talking to you. And
great to talk to you.
You too, man. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, for sure. You have a good night, my friend.
You too.
And this is the gentleman here that actually heard the recording.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
Chris making the death threats. He heard all of them. Now you know who's on that tape.
Yeah, and he's good friends with, like you were saying, Chris's father, like his actual father, not you, his father figure currently, but you know.
Correct.
Interesting.
So I guess
Chris's father, he's big in the real estate business, right?
His father, what?
His father's a pretty big in the real estate business, right? He's got quite a bit of money.
I don't know what's going on with Art himself. I remember Art back in the days. Let's go back probably about 35 years ago when he's starting his business. I remember him in Markham. Great guy, eh? He used to give bottles of cognacs or I can't remember, something like that back in the days, thanking people. But, you know, he's worked hard his life. Okay. So when he spoils himself and buys himself a Ferrari, Chris gets all bent over backwards. Like, how come I'm not getting a Ferrari? Well, his father goes, well, I fucking work. What do you do? Right? What do you do? I put your name on the company, right? I put your sister on the company. I want you guys to run this company when I'm done.
Interesting.
But Chris doesn't want to work for his father. He thinks that's his pretend father, he calls him. He's a man
That's
who's,
what he says?
Yeah, he calls him pretend father. He's a man who's trying to discipline his child. Chris doesn't like to be told what to do because apparently we all know Chris. He's smarter than all of us.
Yeah.
I mean, he's so smart. That's why he's got problems. And he thinks it's the narrative. He thinks it's people that are going against him. No, you're not following the law. And that's why you get charged. Our police force are not going to make up any stories. And the day when he backed up, that he so-called backed up, he said he didn't know he was there or some people were after him. He knew it was a cop. They recorded it. They got it recorded right here.
Yeah.
He tried
he's saying that the cops who approached him were obviously they weren't in uniform. They did not identify themselves. He thought it was some sort of people coming for him. Is what he said when he was on the show.
Let's just try his theory. If it was people for him, he would have felt it and not seen anything. You would have been done. But these people showed themselves to him, right? And cops do come undercover.
Yeah.
They do. I like what Chris said. He goes, the only reason why I haven't been arrested because I'm an informant or something like that. Remember?
That's what he was saying. Yeah.
We should cover that.
He's saying, like, what he said is that if you were doing all the fraudulent things that he knows that you're doing for a fact, that you would have been in jail a long time ago if you weren't working with the authorities. That's what he said.
Yeah.
That's cute, isn't it?
So you're not working with the authorities in any way, Rob?
Where does he come up with these theories?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
I could go under oath and swear in God's name right now, I am not working with any authorities, ever.
Well, other than obviously with the threats and that kind of thing, right? Like, you're not an informant.
That's something different. That's something completely different.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, you're working on them with this case, but other than that, like, you're not an informant, like a secret informant.
No, God, no. No. I'm, like I said, going on record that I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I have no reason to be an informant of what? What am I informing? Chris Guy?
I don't know. The anti-lockdown movement, I guess, is what he would say. Is like,
I mean, before you used to Google me, we had nothing but nice things to say. Now that I was, I took Chris in like a son, you Google me and it's like anti-masker, CARBONE, anti-masker.
So we know, though, that you do have a lot of cops on your side, right? Because there's a whole Cops for CARBONE movement that we saw. And you've told me yourself you do have a lot of friends in the service, but you're not engaged, is what you're saying.
Nope, we're just buddies.
Okay,
makes sense.
And they just support your political movement more so than.
You'd be surprised how many men in blue and women support me. When they see me out here, they really shake my hand.
Oh yeah.
I'm in shock. Sometimes I don't even know who these officers are. They say, CARBONE, we support you. They shake my hand. And then I always thank them for their service. I always do. I always say, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. Because I do thank them. They're out there to defend us. They're not out there to screw us. I'm sure there's some shady cops like people, but I mean, there's very little of them.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think of police officers and the way that they've enforced all these rules throughout the pandemic? Do you think that a lot of people
they're just following the law?
Because I was going to say, like, there were some instances where, we saw videos of them kind of harassing, like, even kids, like 12-year-olds and that kind of stuff for not wearing a mask at a skate park or something like that. I don't know.
Again, understand they're following the law. That's what the law says, and the officers are just following what they're being told to do.
So what do you yeah, that's your. What do you think about an officer?
No, and I expect the same thing. When I'm in office, I expect these guys to listen to what I tell them what to do. The same thing.
So say if there's an officer who's told to be very aggressive with these, we're reprimanding people who don't wear masks and whatnot, and one officer says, well, he'll play it by ear and he'll play it, case by case basis, and maybe, doesn't believe in being as strict, and lets things slide here and there. Do you think that's wrong because he's not following orders, or are you?
Look, I know a lot of officers that told me that they're sick of this. They're tired of writing up tickets. They don't even have real crime anymore.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
what are we doing? We're writing tickets up there.
Yeah. So there are just some officers that I think that they choose to enforce the law at a quote law at 100%, and
oh yeah, they're all. There's a lot of those.
Very strict, and there are some that see this as maybe an infringement on other people's rights, and then they may not be as aggressive.
But you know what? It's the police officer's discretion. It's kind of like it doesn't matter what it is. It could be even, let's say, common assault.
Yeah.
It's up to the officer if he thinks that person's a threat or not. It's just like the officer that arrested that guy that he charged for threatening me. He gave me his input. He says it's totally up to you. He goes, I don't think this guy will ever, threaten you again. He regrets it. He has a sick father that he takes care of. And he goes, it's your call. He says, I'm going to do exactly what you say. And I said, you know what? I got zero tolerance. Arrest him. That's it. So it's the police's discretion. If they don't want to, they won't. If they will, believe me, they will.
Best dad ever.
Look at that, eh? I'm using it.
Well, it's a good mug, it seems. But yeah, so if again, so the police's discretion, but do you have, again, so it seems like you're not very much for these lockdown policies. Do you have respect the decision of some police officers to not be as authoritative with reprimanding those who go out?
So for example, there was Doug Ford tried to implement a policy where anybody who stepped out of their house, right,
that's good,
would have to get carded by the police. That the police would have to ask you for your papers, basically, if you walked out of your house and you were walking around outside. And the police said, we're not enforcing that rule, Doug. They said, we don't care what you say. That's against the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So my question to you would be, do you think that the cops are in the right to say, when it goes against our rights, that they aren't going to enforce it, even if the people above them are saying you have to enforce it? Like, do you think that they're good to go against that order, I
support whatever decisions they make. It's their job. Their job to understand what they're doing.
Right.
I mean, they're not stupid. If they feel like, hey, Doug, you know what? We don't really like that. We're not going to do it. Then by all means, then don't do it. Okay.
So that would be the same thing as with you.
If they're going to follow what Doug had to say, now they got more paperwork, more tickets, we're not going anywhere with that.
So you would expect, though, that the same thing happened to you. Like, let's say for any reason, I don't know why this would happen, but let's say you implemented a policy that maybe even unknowingly would lead to some abuses of Canadians' rights based on the Charter. And the cops told you, listen, Carbone, we're not doing that. You would respect that decision of theirs?
That's their job.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell an officer what to do. He knows his job, his details. He just has to do it. And if he chooses to maybe let it slide, that's his discretion. I mean, our cops work like in the U.S., they kind of have title for everything. They're responsible for everything. They're kind of like an agent. They're like an FBI agent, a CIA agent. They're everything. That's how they handle it over here. The cops have a big responsibility here. Like, we don't have that many divisions, right? They hold the fort. They hold the fort for everything. They're held accountable for everything, and it's tough. They're playing a role for a lot of roles. I mean, I think we need more type of policing for different sectors, different areas. You know, that
So different kinds of policing used.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there's no reason why the officers today have all that responsibility. They should kind of loosen it up a bit. I mean, I think you should be able to go to the prosecutor and say, hey, I want to charge this guy with this. Can we go forward? Right? The prosecutor should make that decision, say, okay, we've got enough evidence. Go ahead and charge it. Not where the cop says, okay, I'm going to charge you because I feel that you should be charged.
Right.
Someone needs to review their work.
100%. Someone needs to review their work for sure.
Has to review the work. And the less work they have on stupid, the better we're going to have policing.
Yeah.
They have a lot of pressure. And, you know, one of these days, if you want to do a show and I could have a bunch of cop friends come on and we could talk about that.
That would be really good. I think we would love that, to have a few police officers come on and we could just hash out policing, because that's an important issue, and we've talked about that on the show before. And we know that there are a lot of things that we could do to, you know, some of these things that police officers currently handle that we should take off their hands. You know, they have too much on their plate. There's a lot of things that they shouldn't be involved in, that you know, other people should be handling.
That's what part of the defund the police was all about. Not necessarily like completely defund, but it was part to do with some of the tasks that the police have to do could be delegated to other quote people or forms of security or whatnot. Yeah.
I think everyone needs to just understand police, the pressure that they have and the responsibility that they have. It's not easy, folks. Stop blaming the police. It's not their fault. They just have a job.
Like you said, though, there are isolated instances that we can point at where police officers obviously do act improperly, the same way as everybody else would, right? It's just like you look at any field and there are people in that field who do bad things, right? Police are no different. There are some police officers who you can look at and say, you know, obviously they acted wrong here, right? So that's not to say that they're infallible, but you know, they do. I guess a lot of police officers have a good heart, right, and come from a good place, and it's important to remind ourselves of that.
And they're stressed out, eh? They put too many hours in.
Yeah.
No,
they have, like you said, they're put. There's all kinds of responsibilities that are put onto them that just shouldn't be the case.
Yeah, and then they make mistakes, which we all like. Again, we go very hard on them, and those mistakes are most likely attributed to the stress that they're experiencing and maybe the lack of sleep they're getting and whatnot. You know, who knows what it is? But then, yeah, some mistakes are made, and then we treat them like they should be superheroes that make no mistakes. And maybe you're right. If we relieved some of that pressure, less mistakes would be made. Maybe that's a.
And guess what? They'll probably have a happy home too, unless divorced too, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, they have high divorce rate and a lot of spousal problems within the police force, and I'm sure that does have to do with the pressures of the job, right?
100%. Well,
private that you know you weren't paying anybody.
Come on.
According to Chris Sky, I didn't pay John or him or Kelly or anybody else.
This is John's wife.
No, but that you ripped off anybody. Like not once did he ever say that or ever felt that way.
I know that. John, he loved me.
Oh, he did. He adored you.
It's like what you said. I mean, you guys talked about me before he died.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, we were so excited to be on your team. It was, you know what? It just brought this real joy to us because we thought that you were a fantastic leader and that we wanted to support you. And I was never excited about politics. Honestly, I was excited about you.
Well, thank you.
About the fact that you know, you're a person of the people. And you know, so many people love you, Rob. You know, I've spoken to different people, you know, right politics. He really has the right idea of what people need and where people want to take our country.
Yep.
And you have so many supporters.
I know, it's incredible how many people support me. But
well, even my son, when I went and I had to unload all of John's stuff from his storage locker, and there was a box of hats and from you, and I brought a few home, and then I gave a few to John's brother.
That's
and
nice.
Joey says, "Get me more, Mom. Get me more. I love this guy. I want my friends to have this." And I said, "Okay, I'll call Rob and I'll ask him for more." And I we haven't spoken. Actually, we haven't spoken since that time. So I figured the next time I speak with you, I was going to ask you for some more hats because he wants to give them all out to his friends. So I'm just giving you an example of how much support you have out there. And even my son's 29, so even the young people, they're aware of your linear politics.
You know what? It's a shame that people might be pulling out some names, and if anyone ever comes to you and asks you, did Rob ever defrauded anybody or not pay them, by all means, just tell them the truth of what you think, what you felt, and what you know. You know what I mean?
I will. No, absolutely. No, I don't know of anything like that.
No, I never put a campaign team together with Chris or Kelly. That's a fact. John never wanted them around or part of it. That's a fact, right? I've never promised any money to all these people that showed up. That's a fact. And what did I do when all these people were around? Because they're just Chris's friends. I was trying to entertain them, and I was in the kitchen making some food. That's it.
Yeah.
Right? You witnessed that, and everyone witnessed that.
That's true. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
This is crazy. He says he's going to bring the people that attend to this gatherings to speak the truth about how I fucked all of you, and he's going to probably try to bring you into it. I don't know, but
it's not going to happen.
I don't know. I just tell people, whoever was there, just please tell the truth, and that's it, because the truth prevails, right?
Yeah.
I know that John, he loved me like a bro. Every time he saw me, he'd shine up, he'd light up, and I felt the same way every time I saw him, right?
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah. It's too bad it cut short.
I know, it's so sad.
It's terrible.
It's so sad because he was finally excited about something in his life, because so much of his life, so much of both of our lives, happened a lot of drudgery. Just working our asses off and having to deal with people who don't really give a shit about anything except that you do what they want you to do. It's hard. It's it's not the greatest thing that was, the happiest thing that we were starting to embark upon.
Well, we can still keep it alive. I'm just going to wait for it to be registered, and then I know John talked to a lot of players, and I'm going to reach out to them.
I did. Remember, I told you I tried to get a hold of. What's the name again? You just mentioned him.
Nick Cavalis. Yeah.
Nick Cavalis. Yes. I didn't see an email for him, but I did see WhatsApp connection, and
There's a lot of stuff on here.
Yeah.
To show that I.
Correctly. I mean, if two of us done and you did, you do, you still do. I mean, I don't know where you're taking this if you're going to continue it. And you did, you do.
What does that say?
I mean, I don't know where you're taking this, if you're going to continue it.
What does that say?
Without John
Friday,
being around, but-
Of course I'm gonna
6:58
continue it,
p.m.
but now I want it in his name and honor now, right?
Yes.
So, John never once said to me, pay me, or otherwise I'm not going to work with you. He's always said it very professionally. I'm pretty sure that you know this because you're close to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were his girl. Get the party registered, and then we'll talk.
Yeah.
He was tough on all those people that showed up here with Chris, Kelly, and remember?
Yes. Yes.
He always said, bring me something to the table if you got anything legit. You know what I mean? And then they came back with Doug Force. They want me to attack, what do you call it? Doug Ford. And then that's when John snapped. He goes, wait a minute, guys. What are you, stupid? What, are we attacking provincial?
Yeah.
Do you remember him saying that?
Oh, I do. And we were both thinking this is just ridiculous.
Exactly. So this is what they come back with. Let's attack him. And then they came back with some other strategy that they said they're going to put in writing. Nothing ever happened. Nothing. And I can't believe that Chris guy was actually saying that John was the leader and he had this I hired this campaign team together to move forward with the Republican Party when that is completely farce.
Oh yeah. I've never met Chris. I was never there at any of the meetings that he was at.
There's a lot of stuff I could have you listen to.
Okay?
Yeah.
John's dead. Okay? Forget about me trying to say what John said, or forget about what Chris says, what he thinks John said. This is a woman that's been in his life for 10 years who's validated that there was no such thing as a campaign team. We got to take her word for it. Forget what I say, forget about what Chris is saying.
He's a third party and seems trustworthy. Seems like a trustworthy source to me.
Well, I showed you the person's name on there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and Chris, if you heard this, and I'm sure you listened to it, that's her voice. And she knows a lot what's happened through this little campaign thing that Chris is talking about. It's nothing but a farce. No one was ever hired. Not one person was ever hired. So I don't know why he was saying that I fucked everybody. I didn't pay them when, I mean, sure, I could say whatever I want because John's dead, and so could Chris, right?
Mm-hmm.
The mere
Right.
fact that that's his so-called almost wife for 10 years that can vouch and verify that none of this stuff is true. What Chris is saying, none of it. So, folks, you have to understand. This is showing some form of evidence, not what Chris says that he has evidence. This is a form of evidence from John's future wife, supposed to be his wife. Okay?
Yeah.
Those are the facts. That's evidence. You heard with your ears that she was saying none of that's true. What Chris was saying, none of it. None of it.
Yeah,
And that's just one of many things that if I want to discredit Chris of everything he says, I've got it. And I'm not going to brag about it. I don't have to post it all day long. I'm just showing you one of many.
Well, just
And
like
I
his
don't-
friend who admitted that, he'd never been to Germany, right? Like there's all kinds of lies that appear to be coming out here.
It's lie after lie after lie after lie. He doesn't even realize he's lying. He has no clue. Or maybe he does. I don't know.
And like Chris's friend said, it's a shame because he does have a lot of support from Canadians, and he's fooling them, right? He's bamboozling people.
Well, I mean, he wanted to cash out, write a book because he says, you know what? I'm out there doing the fight by myself. I'm the only Chris guy. There should be 400 of us by now. He goes, it's just me. So he wrote a book. He wants to make some money. He wants to cash out. Meanwhile, he's going to do what he does. What he does best is continue to go up there and lie.
Yeah.
He's worked with me. He screwed up. Maxine, he screwed up. Right? Hillier, he screwed up. The Rebel, the best platform he's ever had, screwed up with that. Lied about John. Lies about everything. He doesn't stop. So I want the people to understand that you are supporting a liar and someone who's considered a terrorist on a no-fly zone. And remember I said this, folks. one day you're going to realize that when you're going to try to fly somewhere and you're being detained or you can't go anywhere, that's what happens when you support a terrorist.
Yep.
Wake up, folks.
Well, on that note,
Wake up.
Yeah. On that note, I think we can maybe put this one to bed. We've had 3 hours of great conversation, and I have to again thank you for coming. It was such a great talk. I mean, and I'm serious here. We touched on all bases. Your opinions on certain political topics, and Chris Sky and the Republican Party. I had fun with you today, Rob. So I thank you for coming.
Oh, anytime. I'm glad.
And you were very open with us. It was, we saw you smash a laptop. We heard
that was awesome.
We heard some phone calls. We heard Chris's friend talk. There was a lot presented here today.
Emails.
And
yeah.
I actually not just forward an email. I show you the authenticity of the email by taking a screenshot so it matches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. And we went through it on.
I've also established that Ron is a liar. Chris is supporting his lies. The mere fact that.
And another thing I'll say is there was absolutely no irrational yelling. Really, like no, we didn't yell over each other too much. People.
Yell about what?
Oh, this is what I'm saying. We didn't yell. This is in contrast to the interview. This is in contrast to the interview we had with Chris, which I think like you said, we'd present some of the evidence, like the email, and it became a bit of a shouting match.
Oh, well, that's Chris, though. He's got to yell. He's got to scream.
And we saw the same thing, it seems to be a pattern. He was on with Mark Friesen. They had a debate on the Stu Peters show, and Chris behaved in about the same manner. I think even if you were telling the truth, that kind of behavior reflects really poorly on a person. I think he should find a way to kind of rein that in.
Well, Chris has got a lot of waking up to do.
Yeah.
And he's got a reality check. And Chris, maybe you should ask your wife about the monies that she received from the trader.
What's this?
Sure. Well, Chris doesn't want to take his money back, but certainly his wife wants to take it, right? So, hey, Chris, why don't you talk to your wife?
Oh,
I gotta say that, Chris, since you don't trust her, right? Hold on. Is there a way I could check my text messages on here while I'm on the phone with you?
I think so. Maybe like now your camera's off, but we might be able to hear you. So that's
we can still hear you.
Or maybe not. But he's still here.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, we can. Sorry. I just couldn't see the microphone thing. Yeah, I can hear you.
Trying to find a text message.
Yeah, take your time there. It's fine. By the way, we got a guy called D-Rock on D-Live. He says, Rob, you smoke cigarettes like it's a cure for cancer.
Oh, I just love smoking.
Yeah.
Hey, Carl.
Yeah.
I'm going to send you a text.
Okay.
Show it to everybody.
Like a text so you can show it on the camera, I guess.
So this is he sent me.
That happens to be Jenny's friend that I text because I don't know how to get a hold of Jenny.
Okay, so you want to read it?
That's the message. Okay, it's from a Kimmy. It says, I called to say hello. Also, there's a trader that Chris and Jenny invested with, and the trader tossed Chris out because of all the charges he's facing, and he wants to get a hold of Jenny to give her 100,000. Or 100K. Can you please pass the message on to her and have her contact the trader directly at vp@trinitytradeplatform.com. I don't know her number or email address. aside from that, are you okay? Or did you end up going to the U.S.? And I guess this is what she's sending to you, Rob?
She passed that message on to Jenny. Jenny, therefore, did her thing. So I know Chris doesn't trust his wife. But I'll tell you one thing, Chris.
So you're saying she then got in touch with this guy and that 100K is now in her possession, or?
Oh, that's right. You better believe it's in her possession, whether Chris likes to believe it or not, or whether she likes to admit it or not. So if I caused a big fight in their marriage, that's their problem.
Interesting.
That's their problem. I don't give a shit. I'm going to put it out there. You want to know the truth, Chris? There it is. You never trusted her. You always thought she was a fucking bitch. There you go. Live with it.
Wow.
Well, some truth.
You've presented quite a bit of truth today, Carbone. We appreciate that. Honestly, we want to say that this has been really eye-opening, I think, for both of us, and we've really appreciated this conversation. I think even our fans, our subscribers, really appreciate you coming on and speaking with them directly and honestly.
Yeah, and I'd like to get one more question before we go, if anyone has anything.
Anything, my friend.
Does anyone have anything to say?
Let me see here if they have another question.
So one I have here is, what are your thoughts on the homeless issue? Do you think that they should be kind of barred from certain public spaces or private property?
I think our government should pick all these people up and take them to some sort of mental health facility and educate them, clothe them, just get them on track. That's something that I would do. Definitely.
Okay. So kind of like house them and put them through like some sort of program to help them get a job or something like that.
Well, yeah. First of all, they're going to have to go through some major mental health issues, a psychiatrist or psychology, get them on track. There's a lot of work,
a lot of
right?
addiction issues too, right?
There's a lot of issues. It could be drug related. It could be whatever. I mean, they need help. We need to take them off the streets, take them to a facility, clean them up so they don't suffer anymore. They don't have to stand there and, with dirty feet and try to ask for money. Let's just educate them, right? Let's get them back on track. That's important. Just to clean the streets up, right?
You've put forward that you're, a very humanitarian person. You said that you give about was it 95% of your income to humanitarian causes?
Yep.
So, I mean, I would think that your policies would probably tend to reflect something like that, right?
Well, I plan on with this government I like to put together is do a lot of humanitarian. So nothing comes out of pocket for the taxpayers' money. And there's ways of doing that. We could have a show about that one day, right? And I can explain in depth how this actually works. You know what I mean? That's it. So.
And one last question we have from another commenter here. He says, so you admitted that it's going to be very difficult for you to reach that 8 million target. His question is, what are your political aspirations? He asks, are you in it for the money, Rob?
No, I'm here to serve you guys. I want to go in there and clean house. Let's find out what's really going on. Someone has to find out, and I'll tell the truth. I can't be bought or paid for. That's not going to happen.
Okay, so a lot of it is not necessarily that you're looking for money or even political power, but you're looking rather to see how the system works from the inside.
Exactly. We got to find out the truth. I got to remember, I surrendered about 4 years ago to God. Okay, and that's the first thing I do is I thank the Lord for giving me oxygen. I can see, I can hear. I serve Him, and I would like to put that in my platform to have people save faith and serving God, because you can't go wrong with that.
So you don't believe in the separation of church and state, then?
I think politics should stay away from church and respect it.
That's a good way to put it.
The mere factor that they shut them down, that just blows me away.
Yeah.
They should never have been shut down.
I mean, come on. I mean, if people.
Meanwhile, the liquor stores are open.
Well, of course, you got to get drunk, right? I mean, that's essential, right?
It is essential, yes.
Prayers are not essential, right? And then they took the prayers out of school on top of all that. Come on, folks.
So would you put the prayers back in school?
You better believe I will.
Even public school?
Better believe I will.
Okay. And that's the
All right.
CARBONE plan.
I told you, I put my faith in God.
Yeah.
I serve
I was
him.
just wondering
And
if that extended.
as I serve him, I will serve the people. I'm here to help.
Well, what do you think of like people who have maybe like different religions who would say that like I don't want to say your prayer in my school, for example?
Okay, you know what? It all ultimately comes down to one God. Okay, no matter what religion you're in.
Okay.
So let's just suck it up, okay? You know, we picked the English prayer because that's pretty much we're in an English country. That's the prayer. That's what we know of, right?
Right.
You know, I mean, how many prayers do we need? Think about it. I mean, we're in Canada, so we should respect the fact that this is Canada. This is the way it works here in Canada. So rather if you're a WAP like myself, or if you're Indian, or you're Muslim, or whatever, you have entered into a country that's English. Okay? This is what we taught is English.
Well, what do you think about the natives who would say like they were here first?
Oh. Do they have a prayer?
They have their own religions. Yeah, they probably do have prayer.
What's their prayer? Our Father, right?
Depends on. I guess some of them are Christian. Yeah.
Some. Yeah.
But some of them have like they do. There are traditional native rites too, right?
I mean, I don't want to like say disregard all the types of religions there are, because religion is nice.
Yeah.
Right.
I think a lot of people take a lot of.
I had a problem one time with a religion called Jehovah. You heard of it, right?
Yeah.
Jehovah.
Yeah, the Jehovah.
Yeah, so they come in pairs. And they knocked on the door one day, and I let them in. And I told the guy, I said, "You've got to tell me, why is it called Jehovah?" So he says, "Well, that's God's name." I said, "Really? So that's why it's called Jehovah?" He says, "Absolutely." I said, "Okay, what's your father's name?" And he said his father's name is Peter, like my father. I said, "Okay, do you ever call your father Peter?" He goes, "No, I call him Father." I go, "Why in the hell would you call God by his first name if that's what it is, Jehovah? Why would you be that disrespectful to God by calling him by his first name when yet you won't call your father by his first name?" That was the only confrontation I ever had with any religion.
Well, I mean, I've never thought of that argument. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'm all for people believing whatever they want to believe. That's my personal stance on it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't call my father Peter. I call him Father, and we know God as Father. We don't call him Jehovah. "Hey, Jehovah, how's your day today?" We don't do that. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I've had any encounter in any kind of religion is the Jehovah. So I'm sure that'll pop up one day. So I'm also saying now. You know how they dug that up on Chris Guy, what he did with the Holy Cost 8 years ago? Well, I'm sure if they dig this up, that's what I said.
Oh, okay. So, well, I mean, I don't even think that's even something that bad there to question where does the term come from. I don't think you'll get in trouble.
I did say it, so
yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter if I did or not. I mean, I don't call God by his first name if that's what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but he told me that's what it is, Jehovah. I went, wow. Okay.
Interesting. Well, that's interesting.
Well, it looks like the chat is pretty much out of questions at this point. I think we've covered pretty much everything. I don't know if there's anything else you want to bring up before we leave you, Rob?
After all this, I don't think I'll be doing Rebel.
No?
Really?
Not even?
Yeah. No.
How come? We're getting the exclusive, is what you're saying.
Yep.
I appreciate that, Rob.
Wow.
You don't need the Rebel. And this Rebel that needs you. They got this big story. Chris walked out. They want that other part. You're just going to leave them hanging.
Well, you know what? I mean, when Chris first started off, let's just face it, right? I mean, there used to be hundreds of people that used to gather at the Dundas Square. But when I showed up, it was a different game. tens of thousands showed up, and there's a reason for it. Chris did not make me, folks. I made him. He didn't make me.
What
He can claim that he can claim that. He claimed it all day long, but that never happened. Why? Because there was an email sent out saying that Carbone's going to be showing up at Dundas Square, and a lot of people showed up.
So who approached? That's another. Before we go, there's another question I didn't ask. Who approached who? Did Chris approach you, or did you approach Chris when you guys met? Or I think was that a story I heard that his friend approached you. Yeah. What? How did that happen?
Oh, what happened? There was a guy that we so-called mutually know, right? And he said, "Well, there's a guy named Chris Guy that you have to meet him, right? He's great. He's fun." And I said, "Okay, set it up." And then Chris and I started talking, and I said to Chris, when you get back in the town, because he was in Ireland, right? When you get back in the town, give me a shout. So he did. He actually gave me a shout, and he came over. And if you want the exclusive video when he first got here, I have it. He starts going off, right?
That's fine.
I keep everything. I record everything. That's
Everything's recorded. If there's one thing we got out of this interview, Rob Carbone records absolutely everything.
This is being recorded.
That's why he calls himself
Everything's being recorded, right?
That's right.
Well, because that way, if you have things recorded, it's right there.
Exactly.
The facts
You've got
are
all
there.
the evidence.
But I will go on record and say that I have not recorded you, Carl.
Really?
Really, I have not recorded you.
Interesting. Okay,
Wow.
so I'm the one who gets away with it.
He's the one.
No, it's not that you get away with it. I don't see any reason because
That
you're running
means
a
I
show.
can make death threats. Yeah.
Well,
He could have got away with it, Carl.
no, well, Chris knows. He knows. He knows he was yelling. He knows he was screaming. He knows. He can deny it all day long.
Well, and you said he acknowledged it in the WhatsApp messages, right?
Oh, he did. I mean, I would like Chris to go public, folks, and show our what's up. Just
Now, Chris
scroll.
Rob
And
is
you don't have
saying
to scroll.
that
You don't
you
have
have
to
his
scroll that high.
permission.
Yeah, you don't have to scroll that high and watch what Chris says, how he justified the reason why he said it. Now, Chris, either you do it or I'll do it.
Uh-oh.
I mean, because if I do it, you're going to look like an idiot. But at least if you do it, you know?
Yeah, it looks a little better that way.
It looks a little, yeah, it look really good because if I do it, dude, I mean, don't think for 1 second, Chris, the prosecutor's not going to see that.
Yeah, no, they're definitely going to watch that one.
Oh, yeah, they're going to see that. Of course
Yeah.
they're going to see it. How is he going to justify to that? Well, what did you mean by this? Were you lying then or are you lying now under oath?
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
again, it won't even get to that point because he's going to have to accept a plea bargain.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
Oops.
Well, looks like there's been some major mistakes made on his part, and I guess he's gonna have to own up to it at a certain point.
Well, I made sure 2 of his friends heard it. I made sure of it.
You're smart.
And
guy,
I mean, we spoke to one of them. You know. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It is what it is, right?
It is what it is.
Right, Chris? Are you going to man up? Are you going to tell the truth? Are you going to tell the public, "Oh, I never did it"? Are you going to
I
say
can say this without a doubt, Rob. You've
How
presented.
can he possibly live that way?
You know, I can say this without a doubt. You presented way more evidence than Chris did.
Way more, yeah. So,
I didn't
I
see-
got everything. I mean, I got shit that Chris says that fuck. I mean, the prosecutor would love it.
yeah.
And I'm sure.
Hey, I
I'm
even
sure-
sent you a little clip of Chris saying something about kill. Remember?
Yeah, I did. We did watch that clip.
So if someone was to say to Chris, "Have you ever said that you would kill somebody?" He would say no, but yet I've sent you a video recording of Chris saying it. So Chris, you do say the word I'd kill. Can't say you haven't. And there's a lot of it. I've got a lot of it. How much do you want me to release, Chris?
Well, yeah.
How much should I just post this shit online and really destroy you? I will not do that for one simple reason, because you're destroying yourself of your movement. People are starting to realize that, you know what? You're nothing but a liar. You're jeopardizing people, right? Just say no to the mask, you know, take it off, even if you're not exempted, that he's put on there several times on, on Instagram. And by doing that, Chris, you know, public health has really have a problem with you, because you're putting thousands and thousands of people at risk when the law states this is the law. Who are you? You're not the law. You don't know anything about constitutional rights, because if you did, you'd keep your mouth shut. You wouldn't be going on the way you do. It's impossible. Got to remember, Chris, if you can hear me, is that it's you versus the government, who's got badges, who's got guns, who's got cop cars, who's got handcuffs, who's got a court system, who could put you in jail. Can you do that? No. It's just you, Chris, a one-man show. That's it. And you got a bunch of supporters that don't understand the facts yet. But when they wake up, and they will wake up, Chris, remember I said this, they're going to be saying, what the fuck was I thinking? Why was I supporting this idiot? That's what they're going to say. It will come to that, because he's failed with me, he's failed with Maxine, he's failed with Hillier, and he made himself look like an ass on Rebel News. He wasn't man enough to deal with it, and he had to rip off his mic, right? Because he can't handle the pressure. He lies about things. We showed that John's wife said none of this is true. The list goes on of bullshit on his part. He's got all this evidence he can't show, but I certainly have evidence. Because, like I said, I record shit.
He records everything. Not just
all
shit.
Time.
Everything, yeah,
all time.
Smart man.
When these people are here, right? I turn this baby on right here. See, it's right here. Does anybody see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pointed at the table right there when everyone's talking.
He's got
It's pointed right there.
You do have cameras everywhere.
I've got a library of stuff of these people talking. And you can hear that we're not talking about putting a political team together. What you hear is a lot of stupid. And then what I was doing, as what she said, I was always in the kitchen over there making food for everybody.
And when people enter your home, they know everybody knows they're always being recorded. So Chris knows, you're saying.
Everybody knows. Yeah. Everybody knows.
That's good.
Well, why not, right?
Well, exactly.
The evidence is there.
Yeah, I would
assume. It doesn't matter what his lawyer thinks, and I'm pretty sure that when his lawyer actually gets to hear a lot of this stuff, that lawyer is going to step down. There won't be a lawyer that want to defend him.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Yeah,
it's not going to happen.
There's a lot of surprise, I guess, is waiting for Chris there, and we can't wait to see what comes out of it. We'll leave that to the courts, though.
Again, he's going to have to take a plea bargain. He's going to have to. Including, they're going to see that text message, what he said. He goes, it's not in the disclosure. Yeah, Chris, guess what? Not everything goes in the disclosure. It doesn't work that way. Later on, things get put out there. Later on, your lawyer's going to see the facts. And then your lawyer's going to sit you down and say, okay, son, you lied to me. Here's the evidence. They want to give you 5 years. We'll go in with 3. Are you happy with that? That's what's going to happen. They'll go back and say, okay, my client will do 3. And they might negotiate down to 2 years. They're going to put him in jail. And not with the stuff, with all the threats with everyone else. Prior to the other stuff, they'll probably put him in jail. They'll set an example. It's the government. When he says, oh, you don't have to pay for your tickets. You don't have to. I have a $7,500 ticket when I came back from Mexico. And guess what? I'm going to have to pay it. I mean, sure, I took it to court. But there are people who are being found guilty and they're paying these tickets. So that's misleading people. It really is. It's misleading them. Take the ticket. I mean, he makes a mockery of himself when he's at the airport. People inside the plane, just take off your mask. Just take the ticket. You don't have to pay for it. And people actually believe it. And I have people, texting me saying, oh, your son gave me the wrong information. I have to pay for my fine. What an idiot. They wanted me to pay them because of what he said.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it holds up in court. I know a lot of people have said that they're going to challenge I know Maxime Bernier said he's going to challenge his specific orders and that he's going to try to see what
guys like him and me will have a better shot at it.
Yeah. So hopefully something comes from that because we'll see. But yeah,
the reason why I'm saying that,
it's not the case for everyone.
The reason why I'm saying that because we have better lawyers.
That's not the case for everyone, obviously. Is there a lot of people who have paid these fines?
I've had people saying, hey, I heard that you're paying the fines. Can you pay my fine? I'm like, what? Where did that come from? There was some rumor that I was paying the fines. There was also rumors of Chris Guy's lawyer, when he talked to me, goes, yeah, I understand that you're paying for people's bail. I said, what are you talking about? He goes, well, that's what I was told. He thought I was going to pay for bail. Yeah.
I know that like Rebel News were doing stuff like that, but there's no. I haven't seen anything about Chris or you or anyone else. I know there's a Rebel thing. I don't know.
I mean, I got that on tape. As a matter of fact, there's lawyers saying that I was supposed to be paying for people's bails. That's what he saw or heard. So when Kellyanne got arrested, and I was talking to Chris's attorney, which I'm telling you, the guy's a nice guy, by the way. He's saying, yeah, he was told that I'm going to be paying people's bail.
Interesting.
And I was going to pay for the attorney. I'll actually send that to you.
And that's not something that obviously you would have ever said that you were going to do.
No, that's not my problem. Why would I do that?
Right.
It makes no sense.
I don't know. It's odd. A lot of odd questions that are left just open with this kind of stuff for sure.
Yeah. And if there's anything you want to, like in the future, Chris might come out with some more stuff in response. If there's anything else you want us to cover.
Tell him he can make himself worse because, if he comes on your show and wants to rebuttal, well, Chris, maybe it's time that I start posting this shit.
Maybe, So that's the thing.
If that's what it takes to shut him up for once and for all, so he looks like an idiot, by all means, go for it. Because you know what? Right now, I allow him to say what he wants because I haven't posted this shit. I'm leaving it up for the prosecutor to prosecute him properly, and that's it. But I mean, if he's going to keep on insisting and persisting that I'm making up this shit, Chris, go for it.
Yeah.
Seriously, go for it. I'll put this shit live.
Yeah.
I'll put all this shit badly you speak about your wife. Everything.
Yeah. So this could be a to be continued kind of a situation we have here.
It'll be worse for him. It'll be worse for him. I'm at a point right now that if he continues this, Chris, your site will be shut down, including your website will be taken down. Everything about you will be shut down and you'll be put in prison. Enough's enough.
Rob's gonna cut your feed.
I'm tired of him being stupid.
Yeah.
I really am. I'm tired.
I think a lot of people are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, I got so many videos here of Chris. Lots of videos. Look at he's all over the place.
I see him.
Yeah, he's all over the place. Look at him. He's all over the place. I got all kinds of shit on this guy. Lots.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris. You want your viewers to see the truth, who you really are? My advice
apparently he's never been to Germany, so
yeah.
My advice is take the sales of your books and enjoy the profits. Spend it, as a matter of fact, because you're going to jail, buddy.
Yeah, go to jail, buddy.
You're going to jail.
Well,
That's where you're going.
That's it.
Accept it.
That's one of the takeaways.
Accept it.
Well,
I mean, you know what? I'll tell you another thing. Chris wasn't happy. This is my understanding. That his attorney said, you're probably going to end up doing 2 years. So his father tried to get another lawyer to help his son. Hold on. What was that lawyer's name? Hold on. Let's get this on record. I think his name is. Yeah. What was that lawyer's name?
His name was Enzo.
Enzo?
Yeah.
Enzo.
And what was Enzo supposed to do?
Well, Enzo was supposed to take the role of his other lawyer, and Chris's father said, you're on your own, and he couldn't pay it out. So basically,
So he couldn't pay for the lawyer.
Yeah. He was a top lawyer. I know him really good. He's like this guy. Actually, he went to law school with Paul Bernardo's lawyer. This guy's top-notch criminal lawyer, but Chris just couldn't afford him.
Interesting.
Things fell through there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they certainly did. Right. So, I mean, I even text his lawyer saying that he's going to hire another lawyer. Should I show you that text?
Yeah, if you wish, sure.
Why not? Let's just go to that text. I told his lawyer. He's planning on
you're on
hiring
your phone, right?
It's on my phone. Forgive me here. I'm going to have to.
It's all
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
All these exclusives we're getting. It's amazing.
I think one of my favorites was the smashed laptop. That was great.
Yeah,
That was
well, I
a peak.
mean, that's peak. That's peak Rob Carbone right there.
Okay. So this is Chris's lawyer right here. Okay. You can see that I sent him a text message.
Oh, well, your webcams...
One second.
Please
One
send it
second.
to me.
I just got to.
He's sending it to you? Okay.
I sent a screenshot.
Sweet.
Okay, there we go. Now take a look at the date. What does it say?
Okay, so here we've got from. So there was a message prior, but the one that's at the bottom here says June 9th, Wednesday, June 9th.
Yep.
So from Wednesday, June 9th, do you want me to read from the top or just that last message?
Well, that's up to you. It's up to you. Then you can, if you want to read the top, you can.
Chris's lawyer says, Kelly said that Chris told her that he will make a public statement when he gets out about the charge. Furthermore, I'll tell you that Chris will be released, but he needs to chill. And then he said, this is the one he sent on June 9th. It says, heads up, Chris is getting another lawyer. I'm making you aware of it, of the respect I have for you. Chris's father is speaking with a lawyer in Kleinburg. So these are messages that you're sending?
Yep,
to the
that's
lawyer?
the message I sent to Chris's attorney.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. So, again, more transparency. I got nothing to hide. Chris's lawyer, nice guy.
I mean, like I said, when Chris came on the show, he didn't have all that much to present, even though, in our previous setup, like where we had Canameme, speak to him when he was in Sudbury, he told him he had ample evidence and witnesses to come out against you, and I've yet to see any of that.
Yep.
So, but from your part, I mean, I've seen quite a bit. So I think
very transparent.
I think that answers most people's questions here, is what I would say.
Yeah.
Well, I remember your partner here. He said on one show, that Carbone guy, he's a smart guy.
Yeah. You're a smart
and
guy.
it's not that I'm smart. I just like to record things at all times.
But that is a smart move.
I think that's smart. To not do that is dumb.
Especially
Record
in your
everything.
Yeah, especially
Even,
like
even when I'm in a car with someone, that shit's being recorded.
Well, it's other than me, right? You don't.
Yeah.
No, I did not do it because you're not on the system.
Not on the system. Okay.
Yeah, that means you're just a brand new number. This is a new number, so Very minimum people have this phone number. The number's been changed.
Yeah, I know that happened just shortly after I first reached out to you. Because you said that obviously the death threats and stuff were getting a little ridiculous on the old number.
Yeah, I got rid of that. It started off nice where, you know, people were able to call me directly, and then one thing led to another.
Yeah. People are,
you know,
people are ridiculous.
When Chris came into my life, it was fine at first, but then after all this, the amount of death threats I started to get was crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of them are probably from certain fans.
Yeah, well, it's okay. I mean, they can try it, and they will be arrested. Try it, folks. Someone threatened me. Go for it. You will be arrested.
You said you already had one fan arrested of some sort when he was...
yeah, I can show you the email.
So yeah,
I mean... You could even hear the recording of the conversation that I had.
Yeah.
And I got everything recorded. I like to keep emphasizing that because I want Chris to start digging in his head. Shit, Rob's got things recorded.
Yeah, maybe he's not thinking that far.
No, he's not. He thinks, guy, he's got nothing.
Mm-hmm. Those cameras were fakes. They weren't even on at Carbone's house.
No, they're on.
Yeah, that's what he thinks I'm saying.
Oh, you can say what he wants. They're on.
They're fucking on.
You know? Which is okay, though, because I have the right to do that, right?
Yep. Yeah, especially...
I mean, some of the stuff that was talked about at that table, that if I was to push play, people would be disgusted what Kellyanne Wolf said.
Yeah, things are said behind closed doors.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she attacked me on social media, and that's fine. She's obviously a little child. She said something about that I'm a human trafficker.
Really?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, just human trafficker. She even sent me an email saying I'm this human trafficker.
Are you? Are you a human trafficker, Carbone?
Absolutely not.
On the record.
Okay. I want to get that on the record.
It's on the record. I don't traffic anything.
Yeah.
Now, the stuff that you were talking about with Chris's wife, that sounds a little bit more along the lines of human trafficking, if you're asking me.
Well,
once you start getting into like fake birth certificates and this kind of stuff, I don't know. To me, you're getting into the realm.
I mean, both Chris and Jenny know that that's fake. Her credentials are fake. They're fake. It is what it is. Chris was trying to get her papers while she was in Turkey. You know, got it recorded, Chris, so can't deny it, okay? It'll come out later. I like to save things and let it brew. So, he said that he tried everything in his power. He even sent money to her family for them to pay a doctor or somebody at a hospital to get her a birth certificate so that way she could go back into the Philippines. It failed miserably. They took the money, though. They did take the money. Chris did say, on record, they took the money, but they didn't do anything.
Well, I mean, you're going to get screwed, especially when you're asking somebody to do something that illegal for you, right? Like, what are you going to do now? Go to the cops and tell them you were trying to get a guy to fake a birth certificate for you? Like, come on.
Well, they know, right? They know it's fake.
But what I mean is, like, you know, you give some guy money to get you a fake birth certificate. If he screws you on that, you can't go to the cops.
Nope.
No.
I don't trust him.
So,
I mean,
well,
people like taking your money, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
And that was a bad investment that Chris made to try to purchase a birth certificate for his wife to get her in the Philippines, where now he's got control of her. He's got her where he wants her, is what he said in his words, right, Chris?
Yeah.
It's recorded, Chris.
This is all from Carbone's.
And I'm going to admit it. I don't give a shit. I record everything. So if you don't like it, too bad.
Well,
don't call me.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, if you're in your house...
Right? And, go to his house. Like, you know, you don't want to get filmed? Don't walk into his house. Like,
yep. Exactly. Don't come around me.
Yeah.
But since the number's been changed, At this current time, nothing's being recorded. 5 people have this number, and that's it.
I'm on an exclusive list here.
I think at this point you're going to have to deserve this number.
Mm-hmm.
See, there's that. I'm on a cell right now, and there's this cell. I got 2 numbers, and they're both different. To have this number, you're in the club.
You're in the club.
No, you're in the club. No. You're on the other number, Carl. Sorry.
Oh, I'm on the other one. Okay.
Well, this one here is just totally business.
I'm out of the club. All right, good. So it's not a club.
Well, if you go to my website, you have to have $1 billion to be on this club.
Yeah. Billionaires only.
I'm not quite that. I'm close, but not there yet.
Hey, what do you think of my my Lunenburg site? How I say billionaires only. That's a nice little slap, eh?
Well, I think it's funny. I think it's really funny to address. Like, it's not something I feel like I'd see anywhere else on a politician's page. I feel like.
Well, it's not a politician's page. It's a Rob Carbone page. It's a company called Lunenburg, which I actually posted the articles on Facebook one time. Did you guys see it?
We did see it briefly before I think you took them down eventually, right?
Yeah, I eventually took it down. I mean, there's no point in leaving it up there, right? But enough people have seen it, right? Because I had that one lady start. I don't know. She tried to trash me. She hates me. She hates Trump. She hates everybody. That woman. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's just all fake garbage.
Yeah.
Well, as you say, there's a lot of trolls online.
That's what I call it, trolls. I'm notorious for that. Big caps, trolls.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's even on the Lunenburg site.
It is.
Yeah, trolls, Carbone. All
Those are trademarked.
Yeah, go vaccine yourself. All in caps.
Yeah.
These are my trademarks.
To cap everything, to capitalize everything. Well, yeah, I don't want to keep you waiting, but
it's almost midnight here, and I think you're in the same time zone as we are. So, we've had you on for about 4 hours. I think we should probably end it here. I think we're
okay. That works for me.
Yeah, and like I said, I had a lot of fun. Appreciate it. It was a fun conversation. I think you are very transparent. You've presented a lot of fun and interesting things today. And again, I appreciate you coming. Thank you very much, Rob.
And not a problem. Again, guys, anytime if you want to do a show about something, let's do it.
With the police.
We'll keep in touch. I think that show we talked about doing with police officers sounds like something that's really interesting. Maybe we can set something like that up. But yeah, we'll definitely keep in touch, right?
Yeah. And if Chris continues, I'm going to start posting all this stuff. I don't care how it looks in the end.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if he ends up responding to this interview.
That would be the worst thing that he could possibly do. But go for it. Let's enjoy it.
Let's enjoy it. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see, and I'm sure it'll be entertaining regardless.
Yeah, it would be. You know, he's loud, he's aggressive, he needs to make his point across, whatever.
Exactly.
He's unprofessional. He's burned a lot of bridges with a bunch of politicians, including Rebel News, including myself. He's decastrated himself with all these lies. He's, I don't know, some sort of campaign management that he was talking about. It's all false. We heard from John's future wife. Well, she said it. There's all kinds.
I think anybody who's got questions on this whole thing, if they watch this from start to finish, they're going to get a lot of answers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We got great news here. Thanks again for thanks you. He's calling you Rob the Rock Carbone. He's liking your personality here. He thanks you for coming on, for being very entertaining and smashing a laptop like a real.
Yeah, I've had enough of this laptop story. So stupid, right?
Yeah. Well, you pretty much put an end to that one.
People of that notion at this point.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I mean, at this point, if he says, "Well, they're putting stuff in the laptop," go ahead.
Exactly.
I should mail that to him and say, "Here."
Yeah, here's the laptop. There you go, the one you keep talking about.
And you saw the email that I wrote to him, right? Saying, "Have your lawyer pick up this laptop."
Yeah, you sent that.
And I brought that up with him himself, and he just kind of dismissed it as though he didn't care. But it's like, well, then why bring it up? Why make that video, right? Like, why make these allegations? So,
Yeah. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining. Great news. Karen Melanges, a lot of people there. Thank you for all the questions. You've helped us. At a point, Rob had a lot of gas in his tank, so we had to get some
Rob's an
help from the
energetic
set.
guy.
Yeah, dude, he's high energy.
Guess what? This is just the beginning.
That's
Reminds
right,
me of when Trump stands up there and does like 3-4 hour speeches.
Yeah.
You know,
high energy.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't you two go on record and tell everyone, what do you think of Rob Carbone? Let's just put it on record now that we've spoken.
I think
be
that
truthful. I don't care what it is. Just be truthful. Areas maybe
I think you're far more
up.
honest than what I personally got just from your online personality. I think you come off as far more authentic when we speak to you directly. And personally, if I'm speaking honestly, I would say that I'm going to vote. I would vote for Rob Carbone over the Liberals, over the Conservatives, the NDP, the Greens. You got my vote over all those guys.
And you also said that you'd be willing to be one of the founders by signing one of the documents.
I told you that I would help you register the party, that I would give you my signature.
There we go. I'm going to hold you accountable.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And I'll say the same.
Let's get from your partner in crime over there. Okay, now that he's actually spoken to
Let's hear what he's got to say.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
You got the mic now.
I've got the mic. I know that I've joked a lot about you and the party, but I know that Carl and you have been talking a lot. Carl's talked to me about your conversations, and he's warned me. He's told me Rob's a different guy than we thought. You know, because there's lack of context, and I've always kind of known that. That's why we've wanted you on the podcast, and I'm happy I met you because you are very very down to earth guy. I like your honesty. I like how bold and that you don't shy away from telling what it is you actually believe, and that I completely respect. And you answered all of our questions, and we had fun. You're a fun guy, and you have a good sense of humor as well. You know, so that I think I had fun today, and like Carl said, yeah, I would definitely vote for you before the Liberals, before the Conservatives, before Green, Bloc Québécois, or anything like that.
Oh, that's gotta be hard for you to make that statement, eh? You did it.
Why? Why is that? Why is that?
I'm having fun with you. Hey, you like doing a show, so do I, right?
Yeah, dude. Well, yeah. So no, it wasn't. And I'll say this.
Continue being you.
Yes.
Right. And please make those funny things. Don't ever stop.
Yes, I will never stop, and you as well. Never stop being Rob Carbone, because there's a lot of people who support you for being you, and that's good.
And you know what? And pretty soon I'm going to be sending you some heavy conversations between me and Chris. I'll put it on the WhatsApp, and you guys can hear it yourself. And I don't know how Chris is going to get himself out of this one.
Yeah, that's so to be continued with that. And again, that's and again, like I said,
the best thing for Chris to do right now is just shut up.
Yeah.
He's got to take the advice from his attorney. Shut up.
It's the hardest thing for him to do. Maybe it might.
No, it's difficult for him. He doesn't know how to shut up.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to get him in trouble.
Yeah.
Instead of just say no, it should just be just say nothing.
Just say nothing. Exactly.
2 extra letters there.
Yeah, just say nothing.
That's right. So
how about we start a new thing? Just say yes.
Just say yes. Just
say yes.
Say yes.
So after what you've seen, and I've sent you a lot of stuff, Carl, so far, and there's going to be more to come. Chris's character. Do you see him as a person who's telling the truth, or do you see him as a liar now?
I personally see him more as a liar than I would have earlier, anyway. Especially with his friend coming on and telling us that, you know, he's never been to Germany, the PPC having problems with him regarding these emails. This isn't just coming from you, Rob. This is coming from multiple people who've had run-ins with Chris. I would say he comes off as inauthentic, as dishonest.
Dishonest. Okay. And Donnie, what does he think?
Did you call me Donnie?
No, I don't know. I just called you Donnie.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
Well, because your full name is kind of hard to say, so just take the first 3 letters, right?
Yeah, that's good, and that's fine for me. Yeah, I would say the same thing. A little dishonest. I'm always open, and like you said, it might be smart for him to keep his mouth shut, leave it to court and whatnot. But there's always that possibility. I'm always open to the another side if there's
Oh yeah, like if he wants to come on and he wants to show this evidence or these witnesses or whatever he has that he says he has, I'm always open to seeing more evidence.
Yeah, but I just wanted to hear. I wanted to hear your partner. What does he think? Does he think Chris is a liar?
I think there's. I think he's. I think he's lying about a lot of this stuff. Most of this stuff. Yeah. And for instance, this again, like the Germany thing Carl brought up now is a good one where. I don't know. This is the first I've heard of this where someone says he's not actually been to Germany. He's made a lot of these statements that, that's one of the things he went out and did. So I can't verify that.
He's lied about the campaign. Let's face that.
That too. Yeah. Well,
there's a lot of lies here.
Stuff
he's burned his bridge.
Yeah. So yeah, I definitely think he's being dishonest, and I mean, obviously,
like one of the things that I'm big on is if you can show that somebody's lying about a few different things, then it kind of opens Pandora's box to the point where it's like, well, now what are you lying about and what are you telling the truth about? There's no real way for us to be able to tell. And since you have this record of being a liar, I'm inclined to not believe you.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm also no experts on verifying a lot of this. This again, the statement that he's not been in Germany and stuff like that. This is stuff that it seems like he's lying, but the courts will determine all this. Is what it seems. Great news as well. He said this, so I'm not here to determine. But if it's up to me, my opinion, yeah, I think there's a lot of dishonesty with Chris Guy.
Oh well. Be careful. That's all I got to say.
Be careful, yeah. All of us, be careful. Chris, be careful. Yeah. And on that note, I've said that a lot today, but we'll head out. Thanks again, Rob. Thanks everybody for listening, and we'll
wait. Before we head out, I want to hear it. I want Carbone to tell us his signature line to end the podcast. Carbone, how do you end your streams? How do you end your videos?
What do you mean?
You have a line. You have a line at the end of your videos that you usually say, Carbone is.
Oh, okay. So anyways, folks, this is Rob Carbone signing off.
There we go. That's what I wanted to hear.
Awesome. And we'll
okay, Carl, I'll give you a shout tomorrow.
Sounds good, my friend.
Maybe I'll give you a shout later. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Peace, guys.
Okay, guys. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Folks, I hope that we cleared up a little bit here about what's been happening. It's your choice to make a decision what you want to believe. And there's a lot of suppressing evidence to show that Chris Guy is nothing but a liar. He's failed miserably with me. He's failed miserably with the other politicians. He's failed miserably with Rebel News. He's lied to his friends. We've showed all kinds of stuff on today's show. If Chris decides to rebuttal, that's his choice. But my advice, that's not going to be a happy ending, what I'm going to put out there. Stuff that he says. Yeah. He's not going to like that. But I'm willing to do that. But Chris, please get advice from your counselor before speaking. Get some counsel. Like, talk to him and say, well, watch this show, and what can I say? As a matter of fact, maybe I should send a few things to his lawyer.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that makes things pretty interesting.
Maybe he might like that, eh? And say, what the fuck's this shit, Chris?
Maybe.
Yeah. I guess we'll find out.
Put him on the spot, man.
Anyways. All right. Have a good day, boys. It was a Chance of Flurry signing off.
Okay. Signing off.